of June 2022. Boy, do we have a show for you. So today is the World Food Safety Day. And what are the implications of food safety? Is Mawako on somebody's mind this morning? We'll deal with that at 6:30. What are we keeping an eye on this morning?
Still food safety. Okay. Keeping an eye with Alan and Jay. We are going to the to-do food market. We are going to be looking at how our food is packaged, how it's stored, how it's prepared. And so we're going to be looking at that still. And then also we'll go to the Jufort Journal. That's the Tuesday market. Also bringing you what to look out for in terms of food safety. And also we'll be having a conversation on health check on World Food Safety Day. So that's a conversation to look forward to. And I guess we'll be jostling Amusa. She's the head of the Food and Safety Management and Consumer Department of the FDA. Also looking at what traffic looks like in parts of the capital. Kav, what's happening?
Yeah, well, it's a conversation on terrorism. You know what happened in Nigeria.
Big story.
It's a big story.
Yeah.
So Nigeria's reality, Ghana's, how aware are we about all of this stuff? So that's a conversation at 8:30. So you stay with us.
See something?
Yes, see something, say something. And all you kids who are going to school with bags that are as heavy as multiple concrete blocks, one day the teachers should actually carry the bags of the students. Yeah, one day they should do that. You know, with heavy loads, the whole of the world is on their back. and the teachers, do you have any pity on them? One day you should hold the bags of the children. I hear the children say, Amen, amen to that. Well, good morning, welcome to the show. We've got sports at 7 o'clock. We've got headlines at 7:20. We've got your messages on 055-556-1034. If you don't put hashtag TTV breakfast on your messages, we won't read them. So put it on it and we'll read, okay? You're welcome to the show. Matiti is ready. She's got the news at 6. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We are live in Studio 1 here at the Broadcasting House, GBC Kanda. I am Maltiti Saida. This is the news at 6 a.m. on GTV Breakfast. The stories that are making headlines this morning. The Accra-Tema motorway is being rehabilitated. We'll look at that story. Also, the World Environment Day was marked, and we'll bring you stories in that regard. We'll also be looking at the 2022 Hajj requirements by the Ghana Hajj Board. On the international front, we'll take you to UK and Chad. Let's start off in Ghana and to some sad events that happened recently, where a businessman who allegedly attempted to sacrifice his daughter for money ritual purposes has been remanded into police custody by the Domestic Violence and Support Center Court in Accra. Mr. Evans Chichikuopong was arrested on June 3, 2022, after he allegedly took his 11-year-old daughter to a herbalist at Oyibikom in Accra for her to be killed in a bid to become rich. He has been given a preliminary charge of preparation to commit a crime, and his plea has been reserved by the court.
Court documents state that a suspect had gone to the herbalist for what he described as spiritual cleansing, avert his financial difficulties following his return from the Netherlands. The suspect, per court document, was initially ordered to provide a live python for the sacrifice, but he instead suggested a human as a replacement due to his fear for snakes. It was against this backdrop that he decided to take his 11-year-old daughter to the spiritualist for her to be killed for the rituals. The prosecutor, Chief Inspector Richard Amoa, pleaded with the court to remand the accused to enable the police to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. He said the accused was arrested on Friday, June 3, hence investigations into the matter only began on Monday, 5, 2022. Counsel for the accused did not oppose the request by the prosecutor, but pleaded with the court to order the police to allow him access to the accused person so he could have conference with him. The magistrate, Madam Ama Aduma Kukwache, remanded the accused into police custody and directed the police to allow counsel access to him on Tuesday and Thursdays between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. She adjourned the case to June 20, 2022. The brief facts of the case state that a 47-year-old in May 2022 had a discussion with a friend about facing financial difficulties, and the friend suggested that he would need a spiritual cleansing to turn things around for him. According to the prosecutor, the friend later introduced the suspect to one Nana Fusu, aka Nana Keke, to assist him see a spiritualist for help. On May 29, Nana Fusu took the suspect to Nana Edubuafo Jr., who is a spiritualist and a herbalist at Oibikon for money rituals. The spiritualist feigned interest and told the suspect to furnish him with a date of birth of his last 2 children to enable him determine which of them would be suitable for the sacrifice. The prosecutor said on May 31, the suspect rang the victim's mother to confirm the day the victim was born and told her that he will pick up the victim to be taken to a friend who had returned from abroad for measurement so that a dress would be sewn for her. The spiritualist then alerted the Oibi police about the intended human sacrifice by the suspect, and the police urged him to play along with the suspect so he could be arrested when he produces the child at the herbal center for the said sacrifice. On June 3, the suspect arrived at the herbal center with the victim as she was instructed by the spiritualist to sit in the hall, whilst the suspect was also instructed to change his clothing on the compound and was later given a white calico to tie around his waist. The suspect was then given a concoction to bath, and in the course of that, the spiritualist called in the Oibi police, who came and arrested him and rescued the victim.
Still on crime and security, the police have arrested one person, a soldier, and taking him into custody, and some 2 other persons, Godfred Amwebo and Ofei Dako, for the alleged involvement in a shooting incident on a disputed piece of land at Zamarama Line, a suburb of Accra, on June 4, 2022. Suspect Sergeant Isaac Abe allegedly shot and injured 4 people on the said piece of land. The victims, Ali Ashili, Akim Zibo, Salam Musa and Faisal Khalid Azuma, who sustained various degrees of gunshot wounds, were sent to the Kolebu Teaching Hospital for treatment. Now 2 of the arrested persons, Angmebo and Ofei Dako, who were posing as soldiers, also sustained some injuries and were sent to the Kolebu Teaching Hospital for treatment. In their statements to the police, the 2 claimed to be military personnel, but the claim has not been established by the Ghana Police Services investigations. Now, investigations are ongoing and all suspects will be taken through the due process of the law. This is contained in a press release by the Regional Public Affairs Unit of the Ghana Police Service. Let's look at road infrastructure now. And the Accra-Tema Motorway Development Project is set to commence in August this year. The Minister for Roads and Highways, Mr. Kwesi Amoakwata, said the project, when complete, would have 3 separate interchanges on that stretch. He made this known on a working visit to the motorway yesterday.
Rehabilitation works are ongoing on some parts of the Accra-Tema motorway. The inspection team first stopped at the motorway where the minister looked at work on the Laklapa River Bridge. The director of bridges at the Ghana Highway Authority, Mr. Yakub Kori, said the bridge has developed defects and work is underway under the bridge for now. Work at the summit of the bridge is expected to start on Friday evening, and for which reason will be closed to traffic on the carriage road. Tow trucks will be available to deal with vehicles that may break down during the 3-week period of work.
Certain sections of the deck slab have developed defects, and we need to replace that. We are going to be diverting road from traffic from the carriageway onto the other one, and that is going to start Friday evening, when we start our activities on the carriageway.
Roads and Highways Minister, Mr. Kwesi Amoakwata, mentioned the Accra-Tema Motorway project will have 3 separate interchanges with 10 lanes when the project is complete in 2024.
I want Ghanaians to know that this entire motorway stretch, from Tema to Tetekwashi in Accra, measuring about 19.5 kilometers, is going to be rehabilitated, and we are at the concluding ends of the discussion. Maximum by August, we are going to cut salt for work to start.
The last stop was at A-Life Junction on the Teshinungwa Road. The minister cautioned the contractor to make safety a priority and speed up work. He said the La Beach Road project will be dualized at the end of its construction. A 3-tier interchange will also be built at the Junction Mall in Nungwa.
Now, 100 mercury-free gold processing equipment, commonly referred to as gold catcher, are now formally operational for small-scale miners. The equipment has the capacity to recover 90% of gold from the ore without using mercury. This means it saves both artisanal miners and the environment from the harmful effects of mercury. When President Akufo-Addo inaugurated the equipment in Accra, he said 300 more of the gold catchers would be procured to promote clean mining in the small-scale mining sector.
The mining sector contributes the largest receipt of taxes to Ghana's national kitty. However, due to the activities of some illegal mining operators, the sector sits at the top when it comes to the pollution of water bodies and wanton destruction of forest cover in the country. Also, the use of mercury by illegal artisanal miners in the extraction of gold from the ore had left in its train high levels of toxins that can damage the brain, kidneys and developing fetus. As part of efforts by the government of President Akufo-Addo to save the ecosystem for posterity, 2 strategies were deployed, including the use of law enforcement agents to clamp down on galamsey and promotion of safe mining practices. And the latest move by the government to promote sustainable mining is the procurement of 100 mercury-free gold processing equipment. It is also known as gold catcher. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Samuel Abu-Jinapor, said the vision of the government is to bring much-needed development and prosperity to all Ghanaians through safe and sustainable mining.
This is part of the broader vision of the Akufo-Addo government to make Ghana the mining hub of Africa, where all mining and mining-related activities, from exploration to downstream production and from innovation to research, will be centered.
Inaugurating the mercury-free gold processing equipment at the Black Star Square in Accra, President Akufo-Addo said the equipment will not only give value for money, but also save the environment from destruction.
This equipment, I'm told, also has the capacity to recover over 90% of gold from the ore, and therefore gives small-scale miners much more gold than they would have obtained from the traditional method of using mercury.
The president reiterated that his government is not against small-scale mining, but wants to ensure that generations yet unborn are not denied safe drinking water and better ecosystem.
To help protect the environment, we've had to take far-reaching measures, such as authorizing the involvement of the military in Operation Halt, as well as decommissioning and demobilizing machines and equipment used for illegal mining in forest reserves and water bodies, which have been designated red zones for mining. Far-reaching and biting as these measures have been, they were necessary to halt and reverse the trend of ever-increasing turbidity of our waters and the continuing degradation of our lands, and to safeguard our environment for posterity.
Ghana's drive towards a mercury-free mining environment is in line with the Minamata Convention on Mercury, which came into effect in October 2013 in Japan, and Ghana ratified it in 2017. Edward Nyakun reporting for GBC News.
Let's look at climate and the environment. At an event to mark World Environment Day in the Bono East region, the Nifahine of the Techiman Traditional Council, Nana Boakye Ameyaw Pentemprim II, said successive governments should enforce the rules and regulations on environmental protection to prevent the activities of selfish individuals from further degradation. It was organized in Techiman by the Bono East Regional Directorate of the Environmental Protection Agency in collaboration with the Ghana Nuts Company Limited.
World Environmental Day spreads awareness and encourages actions to protect the environment. The Nifahine of the Techiman Traditional Council, Nana Boakye Ameyaw Pentemprim II, said It is important for all Ghanaians to cultivate the habit of going green by growing grass and planting trees around their homes and communities to realize its benefits on the environment.
Ghana is poor, not because we lack natural resources, but because we lack attitudes, desirable attitudes. Some individuals want to take advantage over everything and over everyone. Let us therefore be guided by our national anthem of patriotism.
Speaking on the local theme, Save Tano River, Secure Our Future, the Bono East Regional Director of the EPA, Mr. Anthony Dria, appealed to all to complement the efforts to protect the country's water, land and air. An officer in charge of safety, health and environment at Ghana Nuts Company Limited, Mr. Michael Ohiming, said human activities around the Tano River continue to pose a threat to the region's resources, leading to pollution of the river.
Ghana Nuts with EPA are embarking on planting 3,000 trees along the banks of the Tano River to check for erosion and sensitize farmers and communities on the need to protect the water body.
The Municipal Chief Executive for Techiman, Mr. Benjamin Yao-Jakun, said the government will do all it can to protect the country's natural resources.
The Techiman Municipal Assembly, in an effort to check environmental degradation, has set up the environmental subcommittee to assist in resuscitation of the depleted forests and check unauthorized sand and stone mining in the municipality.
Other dignitaries include the Director of the Bono East Regional Coordinating Council, Mr. George Padmore Mensah, called for all hands on deck to protect the country's natural resources. The event was climaxed with a tree planting exercise along the banks of River Tano.
Now, a ticket for this year's Hajj is going for 39,000 Ghana cedis for each prospective Ghanaian pilgrim. Ghana's quota for the Islamic religious exercise has also been cut down by almost 45%. Speaking to the media in Accra, the chairman of the Ghana Hajj Board, Sheikh I.C. Kwei, said all other prospective pilgrims who had already deposited their monies from 2019 would be expected to top up with 7,000 Ghana cedis before they would be eligible to participate in the 2022 Hajj.
To inform you that Ghana is ready to participate in Hajj 2020. Our official quota of 3,069 was communicated to us. With government's help and assistance, we have been able to arrive at a Hajj fee of 39,000. For those Ghanaian pilgrims who kept their fee deposits with us in 2020 and did not opt for a refund, when Hajj was cancelled in 2020 and 2021, the Hajj Board has duly taken note of their faith in wanting to perform Hajj whenever a date was announced. For their steadfastness, the Hajj Board has agreed that they would pay a fee of 26,500, which will require a top-off additional payment of 7,000. Very soon we are going to Hajj. 16 days the flight from Tamale, and then we come to Accra and we go and perform the Hajj with ease and comfort.
Let's move to the international front, where 6 opposition leaders arrested after violent anti-French protests in Chad were handed 1-year suspended sentences on Monday for disturbing public order. The demonstrators were protesting against what they see as France's continued interference in the country's politics.
Coalition of opposition leaders and civil society groups denounced the trial, accusing Paris of supporting the Transitional Military Council that continues to hold power in the country. Spokesperson of the Wakit Tama coalition, Soumani Adoum, said it is therefore a trial of France against the leaders of the civil society in Chad and the population that challenges their policies in this country and the consequences of their policy in Chad. Chad has been under military rule since President Idriss Déby Itno, who had ruled with an iron fist for 3 decades, was killed in April 2021 during an operation to crush rebels in the north of the country. He was succeeded by his son, Mahat Idriss Déby Itno, a 4-star general, now the transitional president.
Let's go to UK now, where voting for the Prime Ministry position ended and Conservative MPs have voted in favour of Mr. Boris Johnson remaining Prime Minister by 211 to 148. The result means Mr. Johnson has survived the confidence vote brought by his own party. The win comes despite a substantial rebellion by his own members of parliament. Now, Mr. Johnson says the government can now move on following the decisive result under the current rules of the Conservative Party. Cannot be challenged in a leadership vote again for 12 months. The confidence vote follows anger over Sue Gray's report detailing lockdown rule breaking in Downing Street. Leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, has said Conservative MPs have failed to show some backbone, choosing to ignore public sentiment and throw their weight behind Mr. Boris Johnson. In a speech after the Prime Minister survived a confidence vote, the Labour leader claimed the result means the Tory party believes, quote, breaking the law is no impediment to making the law, end quote, and that people have no right to expect honest politicians. Referring to the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, which he described as a tribute to, quote, humility, decency and respect, end quote. Sir Keir also argued it was grotesque that a day after the celebrations ended, Conservatives had thrown those values on the bonfire. Well, the weather looks a bit cloudy. I'm trying to remember what the forecast was yesterday when Felicia Hafianyo gave us a rundown of what the weather will look like. But she's on the phone line now and she's going to tell us how today, Tuesday, will be. Good morning, Felicity.
Good morning, Mositi.
Right. Can we predict that there will be some showers of rain in Accra?
Yes, for today, yes, there is a chance of rain and thunder in Accra today.
Right. So what's the weather looking like aside from that?
Over most portions of Ghana is cloudy and it's going to stay cloudy till midday, where we have the sun breaking through. We'll have some light rain over the coast and parts of the forest region. Thereafter, we have the sun smiling on us. Temperatures will be 32 for the coast, 35 for the middle sector, 37 for the northern sector. The picture on now is the weekly forecast for this week. For 24, yesterday night and today, we are expecting cloudy weather with sunny breaks with scattered thunderstorms and rain. Likewise, over the middle sector, the transition, and then the northern sector. For Wednesday and Thursday, we are expecting cloudy weather, but then isolated to scattered thunderstorms is still in the forecast for the country. But then the concentration will be over the transition, that's the Bono, Ahafo, and Savannah region and part of Ashanti Eastern and Volta region. Likewise, over the upper northeast and then parts of the northern region will have scattered thunderstorms for Wednesday and Thursday. Then Friday, the weekend, Friday through to Sunday, we are anticipating a countrywide system that will move all across the sector. So that's what we're expecting this week to look like. So there is rain in the week. So wherever we are going, we have to be going with our raincoats and then our umbrellas. But then we have a system that is currently still in Nigeria. It's going to take about 10 to 12 hours to get to us. So that's going to be late afternoon into the evening hours. So we should expect rain today over wherever we find ourselves.
All right, thank you so much. Felicia Hafianyo is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteo Agency, and she did say that this week we are likely to expect some rainfall from today till the weekend. So take your raincoats and your umbrellas out and be safe. Avoid standing on the long stretches so that you don't get hit or struck by lightning. So keep safe out there. And that's it for GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Multi-Decider Sadiq. Join us across the world on DSTV channel 278 because GTV Breakfast still continues and will be engaging. Stay with us.
and all. something, say something. A tresse, so who be beer, who susu say, a best say ya sumdia, Yakukudro, neck. And nothing yes, see something, say something. If you say, if I ain't now,
say something if you see something, my friend. If you see something, you for say something.
Perform tomorrow at the Ghana Trade Fair Center and become
going to the trade fair to pick the forms I told you about.
Oh, okay. Take care, okay? And call me when you get there.
Thank you.
Take advantage of social announcements to harm people. Don't leave home without confirming the exact location of the job interview or the event you intend to attend from a reliable source. Avoid accepting free ride from strangers to your destination. Let's be vigilant to fight against kidnapping.
This message was brought to you by the Public Affairs Directorate of the Ghana Police Service.
Bia obeti serin kanu for woman. Oti serin kan, mu se obi hunamane ene ye pre ne nkwa. Ejapade bi hye ene ye kobo ho ban. Aposifo etu bone ase. E bia no mampani bi ba. For bo e ma ne kwan. Woti serin kan entem gina nchen no kwan na ho. Hwehwe ba bia serin ni free ba. Twen kosi se serin no betwam. Abenu twam a twen kakra na ko. Odi obuo ma serin aben a wasie sane ano.
Sankra Tui, a Ghana Police Service, Zingaro Productions.
Hi, 6:38. You are watching GTV Breakfast. Still to come, 7 o'clock, we have our sports with Multi-Decider Sadiq. 7:20, we've got the headlines with me and my guests. And around 8:30, we have a conversation on security, terrorism, Nigeria's reality and Ghana's consciousness and awareness of it. But yesterday, our colleague, Dara Alantego, went off to Dar es Salaam, as a neighborhood here in the Greater Accra region, to speak to the wife of the businessman who returned from Europe and allegedly fell into hard times and decided that he'd had to sacrifice his daughter for money rituals. Went off to the herbalist, and the herbalist turned the tables on him and reported him to the police. And that interview that Alan had yesterday was, it answered a few questions, but opened up a lot more. I mean, Val, when you were listening to the lady speaking about the whole relationship with the man and her daughter's suspicions about what happened to do to her, what was going through your mind?
First, I thought she was really naive. And then as she kept speaking, I mean, you could punch holes in the story. And I just thought, with all the things that she felt, maybe intuition, motherly instincts, I think she shouldn't have let her child go. I mean, that's what I thought. And then later on, I was reading some of the comments, and then a legal perspective came in. There was a lawyer who was on our Facebook, and then and he said, oh, a lawyer could punch a lot of holes in this story. Maybe we shouldn't speak to her so much or go back and forth. But Kaf, really, why is the herbalist walking free? That's what everybody is asking. Why is the herbalist walking around free?
Well, so I had two panelists here yesterday, one from a civil society organization and then a lawyer. And they were of the view that, well, he saved the life of a girl who was about to be, who was going to be killed, allegedly.
Allegedly.
And so things would weigh in his favor at the outset. But a lot of people are asking that question. That, listen, the herbalist needs to be spoken to.
How did the man contact the herbalist? How long had they been in contact? At which point, what have they spoken about? At which point did the man ask that, bring your child? You understand? We're going to have the person, our reporter Alan, who went there to actually interview the woman. Alan will be joining us, and Alan will have some insights. And then he was there. He actually spoke to the young girl before the police came. So Alan will give us some 411 as to the background. And he's going to give us all of that. But there are lots of questions and answers. I think the herbalist should be picked up.
Yeah. So check out this news story concerning this particular story with the man at the center of it being picked up. And then we'll come back and then have a chat with our colleague Daryl Alantego, who spoke with the mother of the girl, and he also saw the girl yesterday. So check out this news story. We'll be back with Alan.
Court documents state that a suspect had gone to the herbalist for what he described as spiritual cleansing, avert his financial difficulties following his return from the Netherlands. The suspect, per court document, was initially ordered to provide a live python for the sacrifice, but he instead suggested a human as a replacement due to his fear for snakes. It was against this backdrop that he decided to take his 11-year-old daughter to the spiritualist for her to be killed for the rituals. The prosecutor, Chief Inspector Richard Amoa, pleaded with the court to remand the accused to enable the police to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. He said the accused was arrested on Friday, hence investigations into the matter only began on Monday, 5, 2022. Mr. Ralph Ejapong, counsel for the accused, did not oppose the request by the prosecutor, but pleaded with the court to order the police to allow him access to the accused person so he could have conference with him. The magistrate, Madam Ama Adoma Kukwache, remanded the accused into police custody and directed the police to allow counsel access to him on Tuesday and Thursdays between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. She adjourned the case to June 20, 2022. The brief facts of the case state that a 47-year-old in May 2022 had a discussion with a friend about facing financial difficulties, and the friend suggested that he would need a spiritual cleansing to turn things around for him. According to the prosecutor, the friend later introduced the suspect to one Nana Fusu, aka Nana Keke, to assist him see a spiritualist for help. On May 29, Nana Fusu took the suspect to Nana Edubuafo Jr., who is a spiritualist and a herbalist at Oibikon for money rituals. The spiritualist feigned interest and told the suspect to furnish him with a date of birth of his last 2 children to enable him determine which of them would be suitable for the sacrifice. The prosecutor said on May 31, the suspect rang the victim's mother to confirm the day the victim was born and told her that he will pick up the victim to be taken to a friend who had returned from abroad for measurement so that a dress would be sewn for her. The spiritualist then alerted the Oibi police about the intended human sacrifice by the suspect, and the police urged him to play along with the suspect so he could be arrested when he produces the child at the herbal center for the said sacrifice. On June 3, the suspect arrived at the herbal center with the victim as she was instructed by the spiritualist to sit in the hall whilst the suspect was also instructed to change his clothing on the compound and was later given a white calico to tie around his waist. The suspect was then given a concoction to bath, and in the course of that, the spiritualist called in the Oibi police, who came and arrested him and rescued the victim.
Okay, you're watching GTV Breakfast, and we do have with us our colleague Dara Amantego, who was at the home of the mother of the girl in this money ritual case. Alan, hi.
Good morning, Gav.
Yes, what really stood out for you in that interview that you had with Madam Keme, the mother of the little girl?
The kind of aura around the mother, the daughter, well, let me say the mother, the children, and then the rest of the family who's joined them at home to more or less like look out for the child. And so
we didn't get that yesterday. So who was in the house when you went there?
Okay, so there was the grandmother, and then there was also an uncle from the mother's side, and then 2 other siblings. And it was actually one of the siblings who eventually met us halfway and took us to the house. But just before we got there, she got a call, and whoever called her warned her not to speak to the media. And so we had to kind of get her to understand that we're not here because we want to, as it were, say something or against you or anything. We're just here to speak to you and find out what you knew and how this whole thing came about. And then she went on the phone again, came back and said, right, okay, that's fine, she'll talk.
Okay. Go ahead.
When you were speaking to her,
yeah,
what did you get from her body language and how, when she was narrating the story to you?
From the very beginning, I saw what looks more like someone overwhelmed. She was in a state of shock, and clearly she couldn't just start from A or B. So I'll ask a question and she'll start from, anywhere. And so at one point, I remember she stopped herself and said, is this about me, my daughter, or about the father? And I was like, well, it's really about the whole thing. So what we want to understand is basically what had happened. We seemed not to know anything. You are caught up in this. So we want to know exactly what had happened, the whole thing. And then I remember asking her my opening questions before, but then except that I put them in a different way.
Okay.
All right, so she came back previously and said, sorry, but I'll not speak for other people. I'll speak for myself and for my daughter.
Okay. So for the other people, she meant the other women who had children with a man.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I actually said, well, if you're not comfortable with any of my questions, please feel free, don't answer them. If you feel I'm asking you a question you don't have an answer for, feel free. Just say, I can't say, or I don't know.
What was the mood of the girl? You saw the girl?
Yeah, sure.
What was she doing when you went to the house?
She was with the grandmother and the mother in the room. When the other sibling brought us and I knocked on the door, it was the mother who first came out, and we exchanged pleasantries, and then she just peeked from behind the mother to see who the mother was talking to. And so when the mother had come out and we're like walking towards the car. She came, looked out again, and then went back in. So I asked, is that her? Pretending I've not seen her already on social media. And so she's like, oh yeah, that's it. And I was like, oh, she look in good spirit then. And then she was like, well, me named dear. And so we started walking towards our car, just because we were not sure if the ones with her at home would allow the interview anyway. So I kind of brought her to the car, and then when finally I realized, oh, she's okay, she would want to talk to us, she said,
the mother, right?
Yes, let's not talk here. And so we moved away into the uncompleted building.
And that's where you had the conversation?
Where we had the conversation.
Yeah. I mean, from the demeanor of the young girl, I mean, what could you see? I mean, on externally, of course, you won't know what's happening internally.
Yeah.
You didn't get a chance to speak to her?
Yeah, I spoke to her. I said, but she said really very little.
What did she say?
She only spoke to confirm her name, and then she was like, smiley. She gave me like what I would normally call plastic smile, because she wasn't sure. So she gave that plastic smile, and then she went back. And so when I asked if she was okay to join us, she was hesitant. She's like, okay, not really. And so she started walking away from us, and the mother called her. And when the mother called her, I assured her that, look, we're not going to film you, we're not going to show your face, but if you still feel you don't want to sit with us, just feel free, go away. And so the mother said to her, okay, come. The mother reassured her again that, look, they're not going to film you, you're going to sit with us, but no camera will be on you. If anything, it will be your back. And if you hear your name, don't turn, just keep looking away. And so just when she sat there, director came back to me and said, Alan, we don't want the child anywhere on our screens. Please protect her. And so we asked her to leave us.
Okay. All right. So at the end of the interview, what was your impression?
I saw on especially the grandmother, and I must say the grandmother has seemed to be someone who's just recently suffered a stroke, and you can clearly tell someone who is broken. She looked more broken than the mother. And when we locked eyes, she had tears in her eyes. And so she was very grateful. And then the uncle was like, you know, the one who is giving them all the support to say, I'm here, you'll be fine, you're okay, don't worry. And so I again exchanged pleasantries with the uncle, and then we actually shook hands, and I was like, and so she was like, oh, he was like, yeah, don't worry, they'll be all right. And then
yesterday when you were interviewing the lady, you mentioned that the police were there, and they had come to pick up the child. Does it mean that the child, they said it wasn't up to the family or the child to decide if they wanted to stay, if the child wanted to stay with their mom? So what's happening in that regard? Is the child going to be collected from her mother? Is she going to be placed in special care? What's going to happen to the child after this? Even for the school, I hear the police were going to the school.
For what we gathered when we were there, the police had come in to find out what measures would be safe for the child if she's going to remain with the mother. What measures we in place to ensure her going out and coming in is one that is safe. And we're told they were going to go to the school to also speak to the school to find out what safety measures the school will also put in place, especially for her, since they want her to return to school immediately. And let me say this, the child herself feels more comfortable around her mother than any other person from what I saw. And so even when the police came and they were trying to get her to come to them, she was actually drawing close to us while the interview was still ongoing.
To her mom?
Yeah, she wanted to come to her mom as opposed to going to the police. And so the police officer, who was dressed in usual mufti, came to us and waved at me, and then I was like, yeah, thank you, but we'll be done in a minute and she'll be gone, because she wanted the mother to join them, because the child wouldn't stay with her anyway. So she wanted the mother to join them just so that she could attend to the child.
Okay. Did you just said they were looking at measures to how safe the child will be when she goes back to school? Did they say how they were going to take care of the child mentally, psychologically? Is the child going to see a psychologist? Did they say anything about that?
The police would not say anything to us, except, you know, they wanted the mother. I said, yeah, we'll be done in a minute, and then she'll join them. But from what I saw, because after the interview, I took time to watch them. Interactions, please, girl, mother. And from what I saw, it was one of, okay, for what has happened, it is more about the child than anybody else. So our focus and our concentration is about the child.
Right.
And so you realize the police were almost all the time interested in how the child was interacting, what she was doing at any time, where she was going, until they were ready to go to the school. And so I think they left in the company of the mother, but I'm not sure here. I think I must have lost what actually took place over there, but I saw the mother go with them. So I imagine they left the child at home and the mother went with them to the school.
Okay, so you've spoken about the atmosphere in the house. How about the immediate surroundings? Did you have a lot of community people around, police presence, and then the media presence?
They came in Mufti and they didn't come in a marked car, so you would not even know if it was the police. Our vehicle looked more like a national security vehicle and so that was what got people wondering who was. And when we're having the interview, I saw a few neighbors peeking through the windows, seeing what was going on. And obviously, because we're busy with that, I would normally ignore them. But every now and then, I'll turn and look and see who is watching. And when we finished, by the time we finished, I realized a few people had gathered in front of the house. Just about 5, 6 maybe, a few people, a handful gathered in front of the house. And they seem more like people who were in a usual chit-chat, yeah, this is the house, blah, 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 that kind of thing.
The gentleman at the center of the man who effected the citizen's arrest, for want of a better word,
the herbalist.
Junior, yes. What we know so far of him, there are calls from a lot of people, general public, people in the comments saying, listen, this man should know a bit more than what the case seems to suggest.
Before I left GBC for that interview, I obviously wanted to enter from a neutral person's perspective, just so that I could get as much as I can get from the woman for that interview. That is also not to say that I didn't hold a certain view of what had taken place, i.e. the role of the herbalist, what would have caused the father to go to him, whether he advertised somewhere or the father was introduced through someone who's also used his services before. I had all this in mind, but then I decided, look, they were not what was necessary at the time. But from off the record conversation with the woman, you also find that she was as naive as anything else you can talk about. Extremely naive. Unless someone will say, as from what I read on social media, which I don't want to re-echo, else it makes it look like I am regurgitating what somebody else had said. Really and truly, I would think that the herbalist seemed to know more than he's made it look like. And until we really know what he's saying to the police at this time, or what the father is saying to the police at this time, it would be us putting the cart before the horse.
Do you think is he a person of interest? Is the police talking to him?
Sure, the police should. If they are not, it will be a disservice to the man's case, right? It would be a justice denial to the man, because honestly, someone who's living abroad and not necessarily resident here, to have returned home and in a year found his way to a herbalist who is able to, make him rich overnight. I think there's more to it, and it's about time we pay attention to all these television stations popping up nearly every day.
Money doublers,
and they do this in prime time. So even in the afternoon, you have children watching and seeing all these things. And that also takes me back to the conversation which took place between the mother and the daughter saying what she said to the mother. I'm sure, it's on record, so it's not as if I'm going to say something off the record. That when she had discussed what the father had said, or what the father had asked about, her day of birth and her name, the daughter retorted, Could it be that he wanted to use me for money rituals? For an 11-year-old child to think along these lines, you ask yourself,
what has she been exposed to?
What has she been exposed
conversations?
to? What does she know? And for that to have come from her and the mother laughing over it also raises the question, the kind of conversation that goes on between mother and daughter.
Okay, I think we'll leave it here unless you have anything else you want to ask, Daryl.
Nope.
You're done? Okay, Daryl, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For that interview you had with Madam Keme, the mother of the little girl at the center of this money ritual issue. And just a quick note on that. So, latest is that the father of this little girl in the money ritual case has been remanded. He will reappear in court on the 20th of June. So that's the latest we have, and we'll be discussing it further on the headlines in about 21 minutes. You are watching GTV Breakfast, and we have sports news with Maltiti coming up pretty shortly, and I have a feeling that Messi will be in the news. I have a sneaky feeling, yeah. And I'll be back with 7:20 headlines, and 8:30 we have a conversation on security. Your messages on 055-556-1034. What do you feel about this whole money ritual case? What are your questions? What are the unanswered questions? 055-556-1034. On Twitter, hashtag GTV Breakfast. Sports coming up in a jiffy.
Well, away from all the crime, I'm going to serenade you. What's happening in sports? Is it football you love? Is it basketball? Is it tennis? Is it boxing? This is GTV Breakfast Sports with me, Maltiti Saida Sadek. What's been happening from yesterday till today? We'll be looking at the aftermath of the AFCON and what our coach Otuado is saying about the performance and how he put his lineup of players for those games that were played. We'll look at some transfer news as well. Jonathan Mensah and his recovery process. We'll also look at some GPL stories. We'll do some tennis. And we hear, it's trending on Twitter actually, that Inaki Williams and Nico Williams are in town. Tariq Lamte, we're hearing discussions have already been done about him to join the Black Stars or his nationality to Ghana and to play for the Black Stars. And now Inaki Williams and Nico Williams are in town. And so all the trends on Twitter, the conversations is that, are they going to be signing up for the Black Stars as well? Well, we will know and time will tell. Let's start off with Jonathan Mensah's recovery. Now, Black Stars defender Jonathan Mensah has been discharged from the hospital after being admitted with a head injury. He suffered a concussion after a head clash with an opponent during Ghana's 2021 Africa Cup of Nations qualifying match against the Central African Republic in Luanda, Angola. Mensah was given emergency treatment on the pitch before he was rushed to a private hospital for further treatment. Let's look at the aftermath of those games and what Otuado is saying. Reasons for 7 changes, and Coach Otuado has explained the reason behind the decision to make those 7 changes in his starting lineup to face Central African Republic in the second game of the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers. When the Black Stars played away to the Wild Beasts at the Stadio 1 the November in Luanda, Angola. The Dortmund trainer in an interview explained his decision not to give other players the chance to start ahead of some senior players.
The team still beat this team, Republic of Central Africa, and it looked like Ghana is a weak team. What's happened exactly?
I think the team was not weak. We had a lot of ball possession. The problem was the goal we conceded. This was a big problem because Central Africa was motivated. and the last third we didn't have much runs in behind the last line, so there we had a problem to break through. It was a big problem, and yeah, we had some injuries also. We had some players who were sick, and also some players have weak legs, so that's why I decided to change.
De certeza que a seleção pareceu pouco fraca, mas foi visto que também durante o jogo teve muitas possessões de bola, mas teve problema no campo da finalização, que não se concretizou os gols. Tendo em conta também a fraqueza que se fala, que se encontra muitos jogadores que se encontram lesionados, outros se encontram doentes, razão pela qual não se fizeram presente neste jogo. Mas de uma forma ou de outra, vão continuar a trabalhar.
Now, England's under-21 defender Tariq Lamptey has had fruitful talks with the Ghana Football Association, and he's set to play for the Black Stars ahead of the 2022 FIFA World Cup. The 21-year-old has been in Ghana for holidays as well as for charity work. However, he sees the opportunity to talk with handlers of the Ghana Football Association as he makes a decision over his international future. He travelled to Ghana, where he took the opportunity to watch the Black Stars in the game against Madagascar at the Cape Coast Stadium.
I think for me, Gary Neville was definitely up there. That's a super tackle from Gary Neville. Aspie.
Some good news for the Black Stars. Let's look at the Ghana Premier League. Ghana Accra Hearts of Oak head coach Samuel Boadu was left devastated after his side's disappointing 1-0 loss to Faisal Babies in March Day 32 at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. The Inshallah boys shocked the Phobians at home when they left it late in the last minute to secure all 3 maximum points in their bid for survival.
From left to right in their traditional green and white outfit. They have a block in front of them as they're playing not only the defending league champions. You see with the corner kick is deep, the header is on. Goalpost was in the way. And it's an opportune time for George Mauli Vom. Goes round his mark and lovely into the 18-yard box. He lays on the pass. Nobody there to finish. And for King Faisal, who have created a lot of opportunities, like this one, Latif makes the 10, the shot is on target. Ayi to the rescue. Corner kick is on, is long. It's a battle for it. Appeals for penalty, and King Faisal gets the goal from their captain. And look at the response. Corner kick was swift, it was deep. Has tried the clearance, it didn't go. Akrofi got his opportunity, went round Mo Al Hassan and gets the goal for King Faisal. Will this be the decider? Referee George Vomawa blows his whistle for the end of the game, the 90 minutes plus 6 minutes.
Right, let's look at the table now and who is topping the league table and who is at the bottom 3. When you look at Asante Kotoko, still in top flight with 63 points, Bechem United is following in second place with 53 points. Mediama SC with 53 points is in third place there. Hearts of Oak, the former league leaders, 48 points. They are in fourth place here. Let's look at the bottom 3 now. And 11 Wonders is at the bottom with 34 points. Wafa with 32 points as well. Elmina Sharks still 22 points. All the gods in Cape Coast and across Ghana must really come and save Elmina Sharks from the bottom 3 because they are not moving. They are still there with 22 points now. And let's look at the fixtures that will be coming up. 11 Wonders will meet Hearts of Oak tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of June 2022. On Saturday, that's the weekend that's coming, Legon Cities FC will lock horns with Karela United. Adriana Stars will meet Bibiani Gold Stars in another crucial game as well. Brekum Chelsea will take on Dreams FC. RTU, the Royal Tamale United Lions of the North will meet King Faisal, the Inshallah boys, in a game there. Ashanti Gold, who have recently had issues with their match-fixing allegations, will meet Bechem United in a classical game as well on Sunday. They'll be beginning the new week after this week passes. Mediama SC will meet Accra Lions in a crucial one as well. Wafa will meet 11 Wonders in another big game there. Asante Kotoko, who are top of the league table currently, will meet Elmina Sharks, who are bottom place of the league table. Actually, I do look forward to how that game will go down. Great Olympics Oledade will also take on Hearts of Oak, who are in 4th place and were the former league leaders. Right, now let's move on and look at Mo Salah. What's happening with him? Is he leaving Liverpool? We're hearing rumors about Sadio Mane's exit of Liverpool, which I am praying not. Mohamed Salah rejected Liverpool's request to have a pre-match scan on an undisclosed injury before the forward played 90 minutes for his country on Sunday. The 29-year-old captained the side to a 1-0 victory over Guinea in Cairo as Egypt began their qualifying campaign for next year's Africa Cup of Nations. Egypt are scheduled to play an AFCON group match against Ethiopia in Malawi's capital Lilongwe on 9th June and a friendly against South Korea the following Tuesday. Well, we're safe for now. That was just the AFCON, not him leaving Liverpool by any standards. Let's look at some transfer news now. Meanwhile, Vice Captain James Milner has agreed a new 1-year deal that will keep him at Liverpool for an 8th season. The former midfielder joined Liverpool on a free transfer in 2015 after leaving Manchester City. He has made 289 appearances for the Reds and has won 6 major trophies, including the Premier League, Champions League, FA Cup and the League Cup. Who doesn't want to stay at Liverpool, right? Lacazette, some news about him. Now, Arsenal has confirmed Alexander Lacazette will leave the Gunners this summer. The 31-year-old will quit North London when his contract expires on June 30 with a free transfer return to former club Lyon. His expected next destination is Lyon, and Lacazette struck 71 goals in 206 appearances in 5 years at the Emirates Stadium outfit. Arsenal have been heavily linked with the move from Manchester City's Gabriel Jesus, and Lacazette's departure opens up a berth in Mikel Arteta's side. Now, Cardiff City are stepping up their efforts to pull off the improbable signing of Wales captain Gareth Bale. Now, Bluebirds chairman Mehmet Dalman has flown into the United Kingdom to lead negotiations. Bale, 32, is available on a free transfer, having left Real Madrid after 9 years in Spain, during which he won 5 Champions League titles. On Sunday, his deflected free kick secured Wales' 1-0 win over Ukraine and a place at the World Cup in Qatar. For the tennis lovers, let's look at some tennis now. British #1 Emma Raducanu says she will not rush a decision over appointing her next permanent coach. Raducanu is searching for a 4th coach in a year after ending a 5-month spell with Torben Belts in April. The US Open champion, who's 19, will begin her grass court preparations at the Nottingham Open this week. And that's how we draw the curtain on GTV Breakfast Sports. I am multi-decider Sadiq. You've seen all the games that will be played in the Ghana Premier League tomorrow, where we will bring all the results to you, whatever is happening on the international front with regards to sports. We are still live on DSTV channel 278. You can join us wherever you are on the globe and watch the show. us your thoughts and comments on our Facebook page at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. I am Multi Decider Sadiq. The show continues. Headlines is up next, and King Kaf is ready to sit with his astute guests to bring to you what's happening at the front of the newspapers. Stay with us.
On 10th June across the country.
The true meaning of life is to plant trees.
This campaign is proudly brought to you by the Government of Ghana under the auspices of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Forestry Commission, with support from
Are you ready?
Green Ghana. Let's go planting.
First, my name is Kafude. Yesterday I learned some sign language. And, can I remember? So, happy is this. Yes. Thank you. Or like this. And nice, I believe, is this. I learned a whole sentence. So when we are done, I'll combine and then give you a sentence. But I learned it yesterday, thanks to my new teacher, Joyce, who I learned some sign language from yesterday. Happy belated birthday to Miss Danielle, whose birthday it was yesterday. God bless. And all of you are celebrating your birthdays. Happy birthday to you as well. Saturday was Dajo of Akwefe in the Water region. It was and happy birthday to you. Okay. My guests, I don't know their birthdays, but I do know that they are happy to be here every Tuesday. Dr. Eric Odro-Osai is the Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, and Professor John Koku-Mautor is the Dean for the School of Graduate Studies, UPSA. Have you celebrated your birthdays already, or this month is your birthday?
Oh yes, I have done mine already.
Which month?
April.
April, okay. And Prof?
I'll be in July.
July. Oh.
Great men are born in July.
Great men. I'm sure April people will say the same thing as well. Oh, yes. I saw that the agency in the news a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Basically, we are inaugurating audit committees for all the district assemblies and the regional coordinating councils, because it came to our notice that most of them are operating without audit committees. And if you don't have an audit committee, it means you don't have our ears and eyes on the ground. Mm-hmm. The internal auditor is left alone. And it's a big corporate governance gap and it's a violation of the Public Financial Management Act. So between yesterday and the 13th of June, I have teams on the field inaugurating audit committees for all 261 assemblies and 16 regional coordinating councils.
Okay.
So that we are putting the structures in place to make sure that we keep our eyes on the money from the base.
Why did it take so long for these committees to be inaugurated?
It is the constitution or the composition process, because it is made up of 5 members, 2 from the Institute of Chartered Accountants, 1 from the Internal Audit Agency. And the nomination process would have to go through vetting and all of that to make sure that we have the right people in there. So between the 2 institutions, I think we delayed. But assemblies were ready with their nominees, because their nominees are normally the presiding member and the chair of the FNA or any other person. So that was what delayed, because some existed without audit committees between 1 and 2 months. And that is dangerous in the life of an organization without an audit committee. In fact, it is an offense under Section 98 of the PFM Act to operate without an audit committee. So with the Constitution now, we are waiting for the second quarter internal audit report. That will give us a fair idea of what happened to the finances of the Republic of Ghana within the period that they operated without audit committees.
All right. Prof. Moto, what's new at UPSA? What should we be excited about?
Yeah, UPSA is ready for our first student for the PhD in accounting.
Oh, okay, wow.
Currently, we are the second university in Ghana that has a program in PhD in accounting. So we'll be mounting our first program. Students will start their lessons by August. So
is it distance learning? Or
no. I mean, it's a hybrid of both and virtual, because we have a number of lecturers who are foreign faculties, and some of them teach live from their respective destinations. So we have this flexibility of delivering both in person and virtual lessons for our students. Yeah,
should be cool.
Yeah.
Doc, is your doctorate in accounting?
No, political economy.
I think we highly recommend the PhD in accountancy for you.
Oh, definitely.
It will happen.
It will happen. Except that, so by the nature of our public administration system or national governance, even if you have a PhD in accounting, you still have to go and do the ICA to become a
exactly.
professional.
Yeah. That makes you an accountant.
That makes you an accountant.
So if you had one, you'll be doctor.
That is so, but I really don't want
to. But I know in Germany, they actually, if you have 2 PhDs, they put it there. They insist that you should be called doctor.
No, but I had a supervisor who was at the University of Cape Coast who supervised me. It's called Dr. Nanagati.
Okay.
He had 2 PhDs.
Okay.
And you must
and you have to mention the doctor. So anytime I present my work for review, I said, Doctor, I have come. He said, yes, you are now addressing me properly.
For real? Nice. Good to have you all here. A couple of brief headlines. The Ghanaian, Daybreak says Chinese gold dealer jailed 15 years. Ghanaian Times, COVID-19 cases increase after safety protocol relaxation. 2 soldiers and 2 others arrested for shooting and injuring victims on disputed land, and police arrest 7 suspected robbers. Daily Graphic, don't monetize political party campaigns. Governments and banks to finance start businesses. Motorway reconstruction begins August, says the minister. Promoting small-scale mining, gold processing machines unveiled. Devices recover 90% gold. And father in money ritual case remanded. And I want to start with that because that is a story that has gripped the imagination of the entire nation. And the page 20 of today's Daily Graphic reports that the 47-year-old businessman who allegedly attempted to use his daughter for rituals to get rich has been remanded by the district court in Accra, Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit. This is to enable prosecution to conduct further investigations into the matter after he had been provisionally charged with preparation to commit crime, to wit, murder. His plea has been reserved by the court presided over by Ama Aduma Kwache. The court also ordered the police to allow the suspect's lawyer to have access to him on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So today his lawyer will be having access with him. He's to reappear on June 20 this year. Break this down for us, Dr. Osei, because I know you're a lawyer as well. What does it mean when they say you've been remanded conduct further investigations?
Thank you very much. Under our Criminal Offences Act, the offence of murder is a first degree felony. So,
but nobody was killed.
No, nobody was killed. But under Section 48, attempt to commit murder is a crime under our Criminal Offences Act. And if you are found guilty, it's a first degree felony. What it means is that you can be killed, or depending on what the judge would say.
You can be killed or jailed.
No, jail is not an option.
Oh, for murder?
For murder, jail is not an option.
Oh,
unless it is committed to manslaughter, then you can go for life or 25.
But murder, no.
Murder, no. I mean, that's the law.
But do we still execute people in Ghana?
Do we
still execute people?
It's still in our statute books, but before execution can take place, you need the head of state to sign. And I'm not sure any head of state at least in the Fourth Republic.
Yeah. Yes, so attempting to commit murder is tantamount to also murder?
Definitely. The offense is attempt to commit murder. And it is provided for under Section 48 of our Criminal Offences Act.
I see.
So, and because of the penalty that goes with it, which is by death, they would have to take their time to go through the trial.
Okay.
So first, you will be remanded, and the remand is in his own interest, because it has generated public interest.
Exactly.
And if you are released, anybody can do anything to you, though we are a law-abiding country.
But why is inside there? Is he not also at risk of the people who he's
when you are remanded, it will depend on where they would send you to. You can be remanded in police custody, or you can be remanded in prison custody. I don't know that when it is police custody, you are in the custody of the police. But then if it is a prison custody, you have to be sent to a prison facility.
So Ghana prison.
They will keep you. And then where they keep you, that is their business. But it is in their own interest to keep you in safe and sound environment to allow you to appear for trial.
Now, when they say his plea has been reserved by the court, what does that mean?
It means his plea has not been taken. When you are charged or you are accused of an offense and you go to court, they will ask you, are you guilty or not guilty? You can say not guilty, or you can say I'm guilty. That would depend, or that would guide the court how to proceed. But if the judge decides not to take your plea, or arrest your plea, or reserve your plea, it means they want you to get in touch with your lawyer so that you come in with the appropriate plea, because the plea would guide the court as to how to approach the case. Assuming you plead guilty of the offense of attempting to commit murder and murder, that makes the court case easy. They know the forum to take you to for the trial. But if you plead not guilty, then they have to go through the full trial. But if your plea is reserved, it means we are giving you an opportunity to contact or have conference, as we call it, with your lawyer before you enter your plea, because the plea determines a lot of things, and we want to be fair. Normally, such things, the court would want to be fair to everybody. As part of the human rights issues, you have to give him an opportunity to have contact or conference with his lawyer before even entering the plea. So I agree with the court.
Why can't the lawyer see his client every day? Why has it been reserved? Why has access been restricted just Tuesdays and Thursdays?
Access will be reserved because the investigation process has not been completed. So maybe on the days that you cannot see your lawyer, they may take you to an outside location or a place where they will gather further and better particulars. So because of the investigation process, you may not have access to the client every day. And it will even be laborious and a lot of work for the lawyer to be having access to the client every day, because the lawyer has other cases to do,
Okay. Now, in this case, who will be... Murder cases or such cases are the state versus so. Is that correct?
Definitely, it's a criminal case.
So who will be arguing the case for the state?
The Attorney General.
Okay.
The Attorney General. And normally the Attorney General may allow the police to start the prosecution. But in certain cases, you get the Attorney General, Office of the Attorney General, prosecuting it up to the end, because it is an offense against the state. And an offense against the state is always the Republic versus the gentleman.
What role does spiritualists and money rituals have to play in our law? Are there any laws covering?
The law does not recognize spirituality per se. There's no provision in the law that says that when you are spiritually possessed and you commit a crime is a defense. No. We look at the rule of the game is evidence, and the assumption is that every human being must do the right thing, and you should be in the right frame of mind. If you really want to enter into you want to come in with any defense, you can say that I was not in my right frame of mind. That is more acceptable. But even with that, you would have to prove it. So spirituality has no place in law.
Money rituals. Does the law cover? Does it see it as an offense?
No, I mean money rituals are not mentioned in our law, but any activity that goes to affect human dignity through the money ritual business or any other thing that you do, you have offended the law.
Yeah.
So money ritual has no place in our law. It has no place in our societal advancement. No, I mean it's lazy. It's a lazy approach, and I think it's some people's imagination that they will be able to get rich within the shortest possible time. And I see it as a lazy approach to getting to the top. It has no place in society, and no, I'm yet to see anybody who has been fabulously rich by going through money ritual. I mean, look at the top 100 rich men in the world. Which of them does money rituals? Which of them does money? It's only in Africa that we value some of these things. And I'm saying here and now that it is not a good thing. It is not sustainable. It is not part of our society. People should not praise it. It is not good. We should all condemn it. And those who do it must bow their heads in shame.
Without prejudging this case, what do you think, as a lawyer, would be the role of the herbalist in this particular case?
He aiding and abetting.
So even though he allegedly arrested the guy and handed him over to the police, he may have a case to answer?
It will depend on how the investigation goes. Because though he supported the police to arrest the gentleman, if additional investigation suggests that he's complicit one way or the other, why not? They can ask him to answer some questions. But I see him as the first prosecution witness for the prosecution. So he may be the first person to be put in the dock as a witness to the state. But if investigation proves otherwise, then the prosecution will decide on what to do. Everything depends on investigations.
Before I come to Professor Mauto, will this fact be germane to the case? I'm reading from today's graphic, and I quote, the prosecutor said on May 29th, Nana Fosu took the suspect to Nana Edubuafu Jr. Nana Edubuafu Jr. is the herbalist. Herbalist at Oyibi Kon for money rituals. Nana Edubuafu Jr. agreed to do the money rituals for the suspect and directed the suspect to buy a live python from someone in Kaswa to be used for the rituals. It's when this father said he was afraid of snakes, and that is when the spiritualist suggested a human sacrifice for money rituals. So the spiritualist, if these facts are correct, has actually implicated himself.
Well, that is
if you suggest that some human sacrifice should be done, who is being killed?
Well, you see, if what is reported in the Times graphic is the same statement that the herbalist gave to the police, then he has
incriminated himself.
Not incriminated himself, but he has questions to answer.
Has questions to answer.
Has questions to answer.
Okay. Now, as a father, as a parent, what went through your mind when you heard this story?
I think it's not good. It doesn't good parenting, and it strains the father-daughter relationship. You know the way fathers and daughters are, and I'm very close with my daughter.
I don't think he was really close. I mean, for him to be asking the wife when the daughter was born, he didn't even know the date.
And I'm surprised. I'm surprised because fathers and their daughters, I can tell you don't joke with them. You know the guys goes with their mothers, and we go with our.
You're speaking from experience. I don't have any daughters. So
well,
I don't have the privilege. I don't have the privilege of that kind of relationship.
You will definitely get one. I'm sure. You know, so
at my advanced age.
So so the attachment and the love and the care and everything that you would have with your daughter. If after everything you would want to sacrifice her for money ritual, then it means there's something fundamentally wrong with you. And I think they should conduct a psychiatric test on the man.
On the daddy. Yeah. Prof. Mato, you've been listening to all the legal definitions, but for you as a concerned citizen, as a father, member of society, following this story, I mean, what were the red flags for you? What have you learned from this story?
It's unfortunate. It's really pathetic that we still have people believing in acquiring wealth through some of this means. But once again, the system allows it. Until recently, people were brandishing all sort of money on respective screens. Bring a certain amount of money for it to be doubled for you. This is the consequences if you don't allow the law to work. We all know that money is printed and distributed by BOG. So sometimes I wonder how the spiritual thing works. I don't know. Probably it happens, but I don't know how it works. Whether the spiritualists have their own bank that prints the money for them, and then get them distributed. No, I don't know, because you see, we have the same amount of money circulating in the system. Any money that comes is probably what do you call it? Is it the fake money? Counterfeit. Okay, if it's counterfeit, those people know that they have committed crimes. So I don't know whether the spiritualists also have an original, an authentic means of printing money for you. If you believe in just shedding blood for them to translate into money, I just can't.
Why don't they give it to their family members so that everybody in their village will overnight be rich? I mean, that's the most reasonable thing to do.
Do you think it's a cover, it's a front for maybe it's a trade in human organs or something?
Probably, because
there's no
it doesn't. I've been battling the logic of. I mean, how does it work?
Look at the ritualists. They are abroad. I mean, they are conditioned. They are residences. Nothing to write home about. Even you going to present your problem, you could even see that, because if I want some solution from Dr. Sai, I look at Dr. Sai's presence and his condition, whether he has what it takes to help me. Those ritualists don't depict or demonstrate anything that shows that they can help me. So I always question as to how they create those monies for you. It is not real until somebody tells me, and I'm yet to hear that somebody's telling us that this money came from some spiritual sources for which they are spending, and I don't know where the money will be coming from. That's unfortunate, but it once again tells us the stage where we find ourselves. Today we don't question people's wealth. Because we're growing up, until I started working, even when I started working, my sister could easily ask me, where did you get the money to buy A, B, C, D? But today, do we do the same? I just mentioned my sister. Coffee, you need to have experience. The girl child. I have 4 strong girls.
Wow!
I'm telling you, it's a special feeling.
It is.
Yes, it's special. So I was
you're making me jealous now.
I'm telling you better have one.
Should we organize an exchange?
You better have
just a kind of an exchange trip. I'll bring 2 of my boys over, and then you bring me one.
Yes, because God gave me one I love. Yes, wow. Yes, and they make you feel proud as a father, and you feel proper love. The women are special, okay, and you need to have. And my sister will always question me as to where I got a particular thing. Even you buy a new shoe, she want to know where you got the money from. But we ask these days. These are some of the things promoting some of these things. Now, our society has also gotten to the stage where people want to get rich overnight. We just want to get rich overnight. We are not preaching the values that makes you rich. To be rich is about working, get a work to do. Create a profession, get a career going. You can't get rich overnight. People spend beyond their means and later trying to cut corners and if you start consulting some of these ritualists, it means you just want to cut corners to get rich overnight. These are things that we shouldn't tolerate. Look, until somebody convinces me, I don't think there's any ritual money anywhere. It is just another means of probably counterfeiting, printing money to issue out, and people should not be convinced by what we watch in the Nigerian movies and all that. Indeed, if really yes. But you know, if you watch,
it started from there. Yeah.
If you watch 10 Nigerian movies, about 8 of them are ritual money movies. So that is why.
Does it beg the question, gentlemen, about regulation of content, television content? Because now there's an explosion of digital channels. You any of the boxes that you buy, you put it on, and you have 1,001 channels.
Yeah.
Most of them are church people broadcasting their sermons. Then you have these healings. Then you have these money doublers. Call. And then 100 will become 200. 1,000 will become 2,000. And it's on there. It's in the name of free speech and freedom of whatever the freedom is, that we've allowed these things to happen. And the regulators are just sitting there. I'm thinking of National Communications Authority. I'm thinking of National Media Commission. Who is giving these people these licenses? Who is allowing all this content to come on? Who is messing up with the minds of the children?
Okay, I think maybe Senior will take the legal aspect of it.
Okay.
But I think with the money doublers, one of the things that Dampare did when he came, so those ones have been discouraged. You hardly will watch television and people tell you to come and then bring one CD and let it be doubled.
I'm going to ask my viewers.
Yes.
Please scan your networks, and if you see any channel that is doing this doubling thing, let us know. Name the channel for us, okay? Because I have a feeling that they are still there.
Probably.
And our viewers will do that for us.
No, they are. They are.
The doublers are there.
And I think the institutions of state that should review some of this content and prevent them from airing are also not doing their work.
No, they're not.
They are not doing their work, because once you see that they are going into an area that will create problem for society, block them. Prevent them from airing these things, because it affects the youth and it affects our generation. Ghana belongs to the future. We are about, exiting. But the future Ghanaians are very important, and we have to protect them. And we can only protect them with good ethical values that would help them become good people. So I think state institutions must review contents of these things that are broadcasted. We cannot learn foreign practices or import foreign practices blindly into this country. Ghanaians, by our nature, have sound ethical values, which is the envy of a lot of people. You go to the East African parts of Africa, and they respect Ghanaians. Why? Because of Kwame Nkrumah and the things that they know we stand for.
Okay, you are watching GTV Breakfast. We've been talking about the case of the money ritual chap, father in the money ritual case, remanded, and he will reappear in court on the 20th of June. His case, his plea has not been, has
been reserved.
His plea has been reserved. It's on the bench. Yeah, it will play later on. 20th June, we'll find out from him. His lawyer has been given access to him for Tuesdays and Thursdays. I can imagine that today he will be having a conference with his client, and on Thursday as well. We'll keep you up to date. And of course, if you missed that interview that Darrell Alantego, our colleague, had with the mother of the girl who was going to be allegedly sacrificed for money rituals, go to our Facebook page, look for Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, click on videos, and the video will come up. It's got tens of around over 80,000 people have watched that video last time I saw, and go check it out for yourself and tell us what you make of the conversation that Darrell had with the lady. Now, this one should concern all of us, because Ghanaian Times is reporting that COVID-19 cases have increased after safety protocols were relaxed, and we have current data: 370 active cases. It's coming up on your screen, pretty short. It's there now. 161,795 confirmed cases, 62 new cases, 1,445 deaths, and we've got recoveries and discharges 159,980. Dr. Patrick Kuma Abuaji has been making comments about this. So Greater Accra region is beginning to see increased COVID-19 cases, and so it's Eastern region is also following with 29 cases. Greater Accra had 317, Eastern 29, Western 11, Western North 5, Volta 3, Bono 2, Bono Oti, Savannah 1 active case each. And so this is the latest information that we have from the Ghana Health Service. And so far, they've conducted over 2.4 million tests since the outbreak of the disease in March 2020, with a positivity rate of 6.6%. So that you can get a full breakdown in today's Ghanaian Times. And they are imploring us to strongly observe COVID-19 safety precautions in order to avert a spike in the country's cases. Prof. Malto, what are the protocols like on campus?
Okay, so
what are the rules when you come into class? What are you supposed to do?
All right, so probably before answering that, if the numbers confirms the fact that there's that correlation between the weather conditions and then the infection, I mean the virus. Currently, we relaxed the protocols after the president's pronouncement, but we still have our Veronica buckets all around, and people, in fact, unconsciously, people are still doing it. People are still washing their hands. Personally, I always say that for some years now, it was until the year 2020 that for a whole year I never suffered from cold. I was so particular with hygiene, wash my hand in, I mean, any opportunity at all. At any given instance, I wash my hand, I'll sanitize wherever I find myself. Then I realized the benefit of keeping to the principles of good hygiene. And I think we shouldn't discontinue what we were doing earlier. It tells us that, look, you may not have to visit the hospital, any health center, if indeed you take your principles of hygiene seriously. And that is what I think Ghanaians have gone back again. We had defeated COVID-19 in our environment. However, once there was a pronouncement from the president and everybody went back to what they do, I think we need to go back to the principles and the protocols once again. It tells you that COVID is still with us. The last time I wanted to buy a nose mask, I roamed about 3 different shops. I couldn't get some until I got to what do you call it?
The masks have gone off the market.
Yes. Oh yes, they're in the market.
I just got one from our camera.
I bought it from, I think, a filling station or so. One of the mats there. It tells you that people have ceased using, I mean, observing the protocols. But what I do is that whenever I'm going to any area with, I mean, large numbers, I try to put it on. And I still have my hand sanitizer in my car. Whenever I shake people, I sanitize my hands. Even though it took some time for me to realize that I have to shake. You know, Ghanaians like shaking.
We missed that for like a year.
Yes,
and then the finger snap.
Yes.
We like shaking.
You snap. Yeah. I mean, that's the snap it.
Yeah. And then you go to the bathroom and you pee with somebody and you finish peeing and then the person leaves and you're wondering, man, this guy is going to be wanting to shake me in a couple of minutes. You know? I'll just nod and say, yeah, good morning, like a Japanese.
Yeah.
You become an instant Japanese. Yeah. But we like shaking hands.
Yeah. But I think that is even more dangerous. And that's a main reason why we should continue to observe the protocols. We should get back to the hand washing. And also use the nose mask when we are going to large, crowds. If you have to meet people in large crowds, if you are using the public transport, let's protect ourselves, because once this thing starts spreading, you know what is happening in North Korea today. Their numbers are ballooning. I mean, when the whole world was suffering because they were practicing the closed economic system, they didn't feel it because they didn't have foreigners going into the country by then. And as soon as 2 people got infected, you know how it's escalated. It has spread all over. And South Korea is facing the same problems because just this weekend, the football match they played between Brazil, the entire stadium was masked.
Wow.
The entire stadium was masked, apart from the players.
They're not playing.
Those who were playing were those who were on mask, but the entire stadium was masked. And I was still in the era of COVID. But going back to read what is happening there, the numbers have started increasing again. It tells you that whenever the weather changes, there's that, I mean, scientists have come out to tell us that, look, there is that direct correlation between the weather and the virus. The virus normally will spread during the cold weathers. And it will also interest you to know that even the West, the European countries are preparing for it. Because the numbers normally increases during the time of winter, when the weather is cold and the virus could easily spread. So I think where we've gotten to, Ghanaians should go back to the protocols. Let's observe the protocols. When I'm joining people in large crowds, let's mask up, and then keep your hand, sanitize your hand whenever you shake people. Now the shaking is becoming too much. Everybody wants to shake you. Everybody wants to shake you. And sometimes I feel a little bit nervous, but you have to, because it's
don't do the fist bump, man.
It's a culture. People don't like it.
No, but do it. If you are shaking,
people don't like it.
If you are shaking, if you bring your hand like you are shaking my hand, and then I'll do this.
People don't feel comfortable. You using the the blue.
No. I will have to fist bump you, or preempt him by coming with a fist bump first. Yes. Preempt the guy. Yeah. It's for your own safety. It's for my safety. Yeah.
But it's a culture thing. No. Why should we change the culture?
Back then they used to cut people's heads off when kings died. Now we don't. So we can change the culture.
We can change our culture is to shake you and hug you.
We are not changing. We can modify
the culture.
Better.
Your hand is still there, but now the fingers are closed, and it's a fist bump. Like that. President Obama popularized this fist bump thing. Yeah. We can also use it for COVID. It's a COVID handshake.
I think so.
Oh?
I think so.
Talk.
I think all heads of institutions would have to up their game by way of getting people who enter their premises, as well as staff within the organization, to continue to observe the safety protocols, because it has started. And like Prof. Mauto said, the virus thrives in cold weather. And because it has started raining, we should expect some of these things. But the good thing is that we're already used to masking. So let us continue to mask in public places. Let us reduce the handshake and do the hand bumping. And then also, let us continue to wash our hands and then keep our social distancing protocols. We should all bear in mind that we are in this together. And if we are not able to manage it as of now, it's likely to create problems for us into the future.
Okay, you're watching GTV Breakfast. My guests are Dr. Odronsai and Professor Mauto, and we're looking at the news headlines, the money ritual conversation, COVID, and matters arising. And talking of matters arising, Valerie has risen to the challenge of reading the messages, and she will be coming in pretty soon to read your warm messages to us. Valerie, greetings.
greetings,
yes.
Kath, to you and your gentlemen. So Tonya Dom says that the man sending his daughter for money ritual has spoiled the incoming Father's Day.
That's very true.
That's very true.
He says, this is from Alaji Hamza, Pig Farm. For God's sake, what at all is going on in this country and who is to be blamed? My brother, we see all these ritualists on TV sets advertising their works, and some even on large billboards, and nothing happens. Who is in charge to make sure all this does not happen? This is affecting the youth and it is affecting our country. And the earlier something is done about it, the better. It is becoming one too many. Good morning, GTV BFS. Keep up the good work. Thank you for that. He says, good morning, Kafui. Well, all these, so far the messages you are getting out of the
ritual.
It's a big story. It says, good morning, Kafui.
Yeah.
Maybe the spiritualist has chopped so much money from the man and decided to frame him by this action from Alaji. Alaji is coming in from Ashaiman, and Ni Alui Kobla says, I remember a Kenke seller marked me home to find out whether I was sent with a 10 CD note. CD Jato, I'm saying this because of the comment made by the man from UPS. We are no more questioning the source of monies in our homes, communities, and society. Ban the money doublers on TV and radio. Hashtag GBC Morning Show. Thank you. And Zachariah will not read this message, and you know why. You're watching us live from Cape Coast. He says, Love the manner Kafui speaks very slowly and slowly to the hearing of the masses. I hope you have advised him. Thanks, Ken Gate.
Because I'm normally a very fast speaker, you know.
I see.
Yeah, I speak very well.
Yeah, that's slow.
Yeah. Down. Okay, I'll take a cue from that. Nelson, good morning. Please, money ritual is a taboo in our motherland, Ghana. It is. And I think the man is not a Christian. He needs to be anointed from this act. Okay. Trisha is saying, good morning, beautiful family. handsome and astute panel, the law will handle that unfortunate incident of the ritual case. I pray justice is served. I always get worried when I watch Alan and Jay interviewing people. Corona is not gone. Thank you, Trisha. And Daniel is saying corruption is responsible for money ritual. Equity will stop money ritual practice. Government should share money to people in need. And that's coming in from Daniel.
Who have their twist. Who have their twist. Hey, my people are great, man.
HIM is saying what actually happened to this man overseas. We always think traveling abroad is the best way to make money.
Yeah,
so why will he return home empty-handed and decide to sacrifice his own daughter for money? This issue should be investigated properly. Jahapa is saying this from Kaswa. Thank you, Trisha. Trisha says, Val, you look amazing. Musa from Abattoir. Why is Akufo-Addo and Bawumia not read this message, Musa? This is GTV. Please keep your language very savory. No insults here. A pleasant Tuesday to our panelists and their exceptional submissions they keep giving Ghana. Thanks to GTV Breakfast. And that's coming in from Burma Designs.
And if you see any National Service messages, please read them because there's a story of National Service.
Then that's one.
Yes,
okay, then I'll go back to that.
Yes.
Okay, so now
right.
So now to my little submission on the money ritual case. King Kaf. And I understand why the saying goes, too much of everything is bad. Just because the man had 12 children, he thought it wise enough to sacrifice some. Would he have sacrificed any if he had none? Long there. They also believe the herbalist should join the man in there. Kaf, I'm looking for the message.
Yes, when it comes, just read it.
Yes. Yeah. Good morning, Kaf. The abroad man going to use a daughter for money has given us a good confidence in the Ghanaian economy. Maxwell from Barry, please explain yourself. Okay, so Isa is saying that, good morning to you in the studio, good morning. All this caused by social media and movies on TV. The government has to ban them all from TV, etc. The spiritual man should be arrested too. Jack Bata says that perhaps there's money counting machine in the belly of the python that is perceived to vomit the money. If not so, then money rituals are fake. Thank you, Jakwata. Aji Dauda is saying, Dr. Eric Odro, can you find out from your district assembly audit team if there's need to reintroduce employing laborers as staff? This is from Alaji Dauda, Medina Estate. Kafui, and this is from John B.K. Amoa. Kafui and the panelists, good morning. This ritual father in the news is a disgrace to fathers. All the same, on 2022, Mother's Day was deserving celebrated. Unfortunately, come June 19, 2022, is Father's Day, but that is not being mentioned. Fathers are heads of families, and I think they should be recognized and celebrated. Please let us not forget that. Attached is a letter. Okay, we will not open that, but yes, so we are going to celebrate fathers. We see your number, and so we'll open that off air and then we'll get back to you. Yusra Clothing is saying, sometimes when I walk through the streets of Medina and I see these banners of spiritual men and women, it baffles me. More messages coming in on that part. Nana Ekumwabwating from Ablekuma Central is saying, good morning, Kaf. What happened to the directives the information minister gave to those media who advertise money rituals on their sets? Thank you, Ekwama, for sending that message. Kaf, I think that's all from my corner. That's all from the message board, Kaf.
Okay.
I was looking for that one on NSS. Yes.
I'll read the story and then we'll have a chat on that.
Okay, so I'll come and look for it then.
Yes, indeed. And please, thanks a lot, Valerie. And for those, please send me. I want to know the stations that are broadcasting these doublers. Okay, money doublers. I saw one day I was in my hotel room and I was just looking at. I couldn't believe it. The guy was saying, no, bring 100, you get 200. 500, you get 1,000. Oh, people have done it. People have done it. Then the number was going. The number was just flowing. I said, what's going on here, man? What's going on? So, yeah, please. I need to know. Okay, so we can send a nice communique to the regulators. Say, look, guys, these are the people who are doing it. If they are not monitoring the channels, monitor them for them, and let us do something about this. We've got to just go beyond talk. action. And we, the citizens, can actually force action to be taken.
We can.
You know, if we show enough concern and have enough voices, that is how things happen. When people come together around a particular cause and make their voices heard. So it's not just about complaining and wishing the government should do something. Or, where is the president? Where is the government? You are the government also. You can press things to make things happen, okay? And this is really important. So I need to know those channels. Take snapshots, please, and send it to us. Plenty.
In fact, it's a criminal offense under the criminal offences.
Tell me about
obscenity. If you publish or sale obscene materials, you are found guilty, the offense is misdemeanor. And it's a serious offense. So it is not as if we don't have laws. We have laws. So state institutions must be up and doing. They should review this content and make sure that those content do not affect the values of Ghanaian society. It's important. And those who grant them permits, we should monitor. You see, our monitoring system is not working. If the monitoring system was working, like FDA is going about their things. FDA, once you start advertising something without FDA's approval, they'll pull it down. They'll cause it to be pulled down, or you'll be fined. I want the appropriate institution to start reviewing the content of these things that are screened on air or on TV. So we'll be able to start pulling it down. They should start telling Ghanaians that we saw that you aired this ABCD and the content is not good for Ghana, and we have pulled it down. Once they do it to 1, 2, 3 TV stations, they will be able to resolve the issue. And I also think that we should stop giving licenses to these so-called mushroom churches owning TV stations and politicians. Well, some politicians can use their TV stations, but those mushroom churches, spiritual leaders who own TV stations of their own, we should start reviewing the licenses that we give to some of these people, because some of them are not using it for the intended purpose, and you are expected to use it to educate, inform, and advance development. These are the three things that should happen. But if it is not happening, then they are not using it for the intended purpose. Pull it down.
Pull it down. That's the message from Dr. Osai. And regulators need to be up and doing. 055-556-1034. I'm looking at the trends this morning, and top of the trends has to be 2 words. Togbe Afede. Yeah. For those of you who don't pronounce it well, it's Afede. It's like, you know, you're trying to get there. You want to extinguish a candle. So Togbe Afede is trending big time, number one, and read a letter that has come from him concerning some money that was returned. Okay, so to whom it may concern clarification, repayment of ex gratia. There have been various publications and comments recently on my refund of 392 cedis, 67 pesos paid into my account, and I wish to provide the following clarification. While working on my tax returns towards the end of last year, I received tax receipts from the Council of State Secretariat that indicated that some money was paid into my bank account in July 2021 ex gratia for my 4-year work as a member of the Council of State 2017 to 2020. I applied for and received a statement from my bankers that confirmed that indeed some money was paid into my account. I eventually confirmed from the Council of State Secretary that a sum of 365,392 cedis and 67 pesos was paid into my account as ex gratia. I didn't think to trap me as is being speculated. I believe it was paid to everybody who served on the Council of State. However, I thought that extra payment was inappropriate for short, effectively part-time work, for which I received a monthly salary and was entitled to other privileges. So I was very uncomfortable with it. After weeks of trying, I obtained advice on how to refund inappropriate payments to the state. And on March 4, 2022, I made the refund to the Controller and Accountant General's Department suspense account at the Bank of Ghana. In my letter to the Secretary, Council of State, I stated that, quote, it was a great honor for me to have served on the Council of State for 4 years, 2017 to 2020, even though I served as chairman of one of the 3 committees of the Council, the Economy and Special Development Initiatives Committee, and participated fully in the Council's activities. I do not think my work merited the payment to me of a colossal sum of 365,392 cedis and 67 pesos as ex gratia. In addition to the salary I enjoyed from what was effectively a part-time job. And that my rejection of the payment was consistent with my general abhorrence of the payment of huge ex gratia and other outrageous benefits to people who have by their own volition offered to serve our poor country. The statement continues. Point 7 should be coming up pretty soon, unless my screen is on a little break. Yeah, so I want to add that my rejection of the payment was consistent with my general abhorrence of the payment of huge ex gratia and other outrageous benefits to people who have by their own volition offered to serve our poor country. Okay, so I think the statement ends. Let me just see if I can continue it with you here. So that's it. Signed, Togbe Apede, the 14th Agbogomefia of Asogli. June 6, 2022. That was yesterday. And so, Togbe, and I confirmed this just to make sure that it was really a legitimate letter, because I couldn't find it on his social media. Normally he does a lot of communication on social media. But I spoke to someone who works closely with him, and he confirmed that it was not a spoof letter of any sort. And so this is Togbe Apede's communication on this particular return of an ex gratia amount that was causing a lot of talk in our usually very busy media circles. What do you think, as an accountant? Returning of ex gratia, is it the first time this is happening in Ghana in your memory?
Okay, Kofi, to be frank with you, I don't have any problem with someone working and enjoying some entitlement. I don't have any problem with that at all. And let me commend Togbe Apede for the wonderful at least added something to the consolidated fund. He has rejected sums that would have been captured as expenditure in our accounts. It also tells us that indeed we have to take a second look at that huge gap between the top, the middle, as well as the lower, income earners. There's this huge gap. Look, as a teacher, you teach for over 30 years, and there's no way this country will compensate you and even celebrate you financially with what someone, sorry to say, I'm being particular here, spending only 4 years, not even full-time job, but part-time, and even they are paid for whatever transportation that you incurred. I mean, whatever expenditure you incurred for transport, you'll be paid when you attend meetings. And within 4 years, you are richer by almost 350,000 Ghana cedis.
It was 365.
365,000 Ghana cedis. Yeah. For 4 years. And a Ghanaian teacher will teach over his lifespan and will not get a quarter of that. No, that is a painful aspect. That is a painful aspect of it. And it tells you that it is systemic. Are you okay? And I think there was a day we sat, on this same platform, and I quite remember I espoused that, you see, it's in the interest of the politician to ensure that we narrow the gap between the top income earners and those who sacrifice their entire life. Indeed, nobody say that parliamentarians are not doing anything, but every 4 years we all see. So people are not motivated to become teachers, and teaching becomes a part-time job. As soon as they get opportunity, they move into a short-term venture, which will give them more money.
Let's do some maths. So I did a quick maths, and 365,000 CDs divided by the 4 years, it's like 1,460 days of work. So that's 250 CDs a day for every single day of the 4 years that you serve on the Council of State. So that's one bit of maths. Now let us find out how many members sit on the Council of State. So the Council of State should include a former Chief of Justice of Ghana, that's one. A former Chief of the Defense Staff, that's 2. A former IGP, so that's 3. And the President of the National House of Chiefs, so that's 4. Each region of Ghana has also an elected representative. So we have 16 regions. Yes. 16 plus 4 is 20. Then the President of Ghana also appoints 11 members. So 20 plus 11 is 31. And the of office of the president, ends. So that's 31 members of the Council of State. If we should assume that they all receive 365,000 times 31, well, you do the maths. I know you guys, you have your calculators out there already, so do the maths and give me the answers, okay? So that's a lot of money for 4 years of work. And Toby himself said that it was part-time work, and they were receiving monthly salaries as well.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Look at it. Yeah. Monthly salaries.
Yes. Yeah. Professor,
yes.
Have we opened a can of worms with this statement?
No, not at all. I think we should put it in context. Council of State members comes under Article 71. So it is part of the payment to Article 71 office holders. And before you come into office, you know the conditions of service. And the conditions of service for serving on the Council of State includes a gratuity paid at the end of the service.
Yes. And your term ends with the term of the president.
That's right.
So there's a new Council of State that has been sworn in.
That has been sworn
for the next 4 years.
So what it means, and it is not limited to only the Council of State, all other Article 71 office holders. Now, if your gratuity is maybe 4 months for each year of service, that was part of the conditions of service, and you accepted. What I think we should be doing as a country is that we need an independent emolument committee that would determine both the salaries of public sector workers and Article 71 office holders so that we can do proper harmonization. Because if you have a presidential emolument committee determining the salaries of Article 71 office holders, independence of fair wages and salaries committee determine that of public sector wages, the harmonization is not there. So if we can do harmonization, it will help us. But otherwise, I think that, like Prof. Mauto said, Toby Apede said he's refunding it because he abhors the payment of these monies. I think it's good. He's donated it to the Republic of Ghana.
Yes.
But that does not rule out the fact that it was part of the conditions of service he accepted before serving on the Council of States. Because he knew.
That's true.
Because there is a precedent.
Yeah,
you know, so, and it should not also push others to refund if they feel strongly about it. But I would have loved that this money that has been refunded can be used to construct something so that it will go down to history that the 365,000 that was refunded, that is what has been used to build this school for this community. I want to see that happen.
So you would have loved it if Toby had actually announced that my entire ex-gratia should have been used to do something.
Yeah, I think if he had announced that, look, I'm constructing a lab for University of Health and Allied Sciences, and I want to use this 365,000 as a seed capital for the lab. All friends should come and contribute. It would have helped. But in his own wisdom, he is keen with the wisdom. He thinks that giving it back to the state is better because the state will then have other good uses for the money. But that does not rule out the fact that he accepted the conditions of service to include the fact that he will receive an ex-gratia at the end of the tenure.
If I should interview him, I'll ask this question.
Please do.
Why, with respect, he accepted
That's right.
to serve
on the conditions of service.
And accepted all the conditions.
From day one, he could have accepted the appointment with a caveat that I accept to serve on the Council of State, but I'm not interested in, because we've had ministers of state in this country who accepted to serve as ministers, but never collected salaries, and it is on record.
That's true.
You know, so there's nothing wrong with that if you write to say that, look, I want to serve the Republic of Ghana, and that I will not collect salaries, or I will not collect the 4-year ex-gratia that will be paid to me. There's nothing wrong with that. But donating it to is also, we should praise him for doing that, because he's written and it is on record. And as auditors, we will also follow through and make sure that this money goes into the right account and used for the intended purpose, because you need a reversal entry in the books. We want to follow through to see that it has been appropriately reversed in the book, so it doesn't also land somewhere that will create accountability.
Because it can be reversed but land in a different location.
Well, in accounting, anything can happen. You know, so, but he said he paid it into
the chest.
That's right. So I will expect the bank reconciliation statement.
It must reflect.
It must reflect.
Otherwise, swearing can happen.
But Kafi, it's also interesting to know that, look, ever shared the same board with one of the renowned corporate, leaders in this country. And you know what he did?
No.
I think that was on either Get Fund board or so. Every month, he authorized Get Fund to send all his entitlement to his former school, Labone Secondary School.
I see.
Every month for the 4 years.
A good man.
He will only drive to meetings, and then whatever allowance they are sent to his alma mater.
Okay.
So these are things that people do.
People do.
I think we shouldn't politicize this. Okay.
No,
I know very soon people will start talking about all this.
No, it was politicized, and Totogbe came out with this clarification because there were suggestions that it was a trap for him to take this money. That was what was in the news. And he mentioned it in his statement that it was not.
It was not a trap.
And
This
he gave
is
out
a kind-hearted person who wants to refund that money to Ghana because he thinks that we are now accumulating monies. These things can support one MD or MMD. So he's a kind-hearted man who is refunding the money.
Okay.
So that's I want to look at it from that angle. We shouldn't politicize it.
Don't politicize it.
And we must also emphasize that there's no criminality here.
No.
No.
These are things
there is no criminality because he is entitled to it. It's part of his conditions of service. So it doesn't also we can't also say that those who have not refunded should refund.
No.
They are entitled to it. And you can decide to refund it or not. It's part of their.
Can the public put moral pressure on them to just refund the money because Ghana is poor, as Togbe said in his statement?
No, that would be against their human rights. That would be against their human right to put moral pressure on somebody to refund something that the person is due. No, that is against the person's human rights.
This old national service personnel have been paid. The only outstanding month yet to be paid is the month of May 2020, which will be paid in the middle of June. Then that one is not paid.
It's not paid. They are still owing.
He explained that it was a tradition of the service secretary to pay service allowances owed the previous month in the middle of the following month, and that all efforts were underway to facilitate the prompt payment of service allowances for the month of May by June 15. I don't even understand this country we live in. Somebody works in May, pay the guy for May, June. I just don't get it. But that's the information from the National Service Coordinating Secretary, Mr. Andrew Akufo. They don't owe you any money except for May, which will be paid middle of June, 15th of June, which is next week Wednesday.
But Kaf, if you work in May, won't you be paid in June? If you work in May, you earn your salary in June.
Our salary comes to the end
of the month. Of June?
I work in May, pay me in May.
But you see, national service is different. I'm not holding brief for them. But national service is different. They always receive their national service and pensions. They receive their money by the 15th, middle of the month.
Is this best practice around the whole world?
Well, that's not the best practice, but that's what I have come to know. But truth be told, if you work in May, they pay you in June.
We don't like it. we don't like it. As a former national service person, I don't like it. I don't like it. Let me go to another former national service person, whose name is Valerie, and she's going to be speaking with some other former national service people on national service person.
Welcome. I identify with the national service personnel. Yes. Today is World Food Safety Day, and it's set aside to draw attention to the need to mobilize action on how to detect foodborne diseases. And our guys are already on the ground, like we said. Alan is at the Tudu Food Market, and he's going to bring us a picture of what the food market looks like and how they are keeping our food safe. Alan can hear me. He's on our beat. Alan, good morning again. What's happening?
Hi, good morning, Valerie. Thank you very much for joining us at the Tudu Food Market. Indeed, it's a World Food Safety Day, and so it's only appropriate that we come to this food market to find out how, especially the food we eat, whether fresh, processed, or whatever nature they come to us, the way in which they're kept and how they're transported even before they get to our kitchen. Remember, some of these foods have traveled far and wide from all over the country, especially for tomatoes. We're even told some has joined us in Ghana from Burkina Faso. And so if you can see right from behind me, what we have is some fresh food, and especially for someone who's recovering from what is suspected to be food poisoning, having eaten fresh cabbages and the rest of them. I really got hit so hard with what I saw when we arrived here, with some of them being on the bare floor. Not just that, but we also have vegetables such as eggs, we had carrots, we had fresh pepper, we had shallots. Every one of them you can mention was on the floor, and it was just on the bare floor with flies all over. And interesting to see how people were also hard at it, trying to make some purchases of these foodstuffs. Some of the women we interacted with told us, well, these foodstuffs come to them in many different ways. And so, given that they don't have a good store to pack them in or to put them on display, it is only okay that they're displayed on the floor just as they come to them. And when they receive them or the customers come to get them, it is then up to the customer to make sure that they're thoroughly clean, they're properly processed before they're served to their customers. Indeed, it is the end consumer who is at the mercy of these traders and their customers who come to buy and sell on to them. I really felt somehow I can't explain, I really can't find the words to explain them. Knowing that the cabbage or the tomatoes I'm going to eat has just been lifted off the floor from here, and given the pressure on food vendors, sometimes you wonder whether they have all the time to properly and thoroughly clean them, regardless of where you eat in Accra. We recently heard how a very well-known food chain or eatery, restaurant to be precise, served some of their customers something they ate, and a good number of them ended up in hospital. It is public knowledge, and so we cannot make excuses for that. But indeed, that is what it is. If a restaurant such as that one could serve food that eventually got their customers suffering from food poisoning, you can only imagine what that would do to the middle sub-seller or the corner joint wache seller or the banku seller or the Apampam store fried rice and chicken vendor who goes around the office to office trying to flog whatever they or they carry or they have over their head to be sold on to us. It is the World Food Safety Day, so it is only proper that we visit such places and also caution those food vendors who come to these markets to buy to be sure that at least at a minimum it is service to their customers. Today we can come and buy from them tomorrow, but if we contract food poisoning from these foodstuff they serve us, then we won't be here tomorrow to buy from them. And so again, we're pleading with them, we're pleading with the food safety authorities, the FDA, and all who are mandated to ensure the safety of our food to at least at a minimum do well to ensure that these market women or stall holders at least present or package their food in ways that can somehow guarantee their safety to those of us who buy from them and eat from them. This so far has been the look of the market at Tudu, where we visited to bring you some up-to-speed news on food safety and where best, if you like, to find your fruit and vegetables. Thank you very much for joining us. As always, my name is Darrell Alan Tego. Thank you very much, Valerie, for joining us.
Thank you, Alan, for that report. It is World Food Safety Day. So later on the Yellow Couch, I'll be having a conversation with somebody from the FDA, and the person is going to talk about food safety and also give us all the updates about where the Mawako food poisoning issue has gotten to, guys. I'm going to switch off. We are going to the Tuesday market. It's Jufo Jano. It's somewhere in Mamprobi. We are still talking World Food Safety Day, and our guy Jay is around the Jufo Jano. Well, we have where that Jay is setting up, so he'll be coming to now what Food Safety Day is being celebrated in that part in the market. Also, join us and follow all our conversations online. On Twitter, we are the GBC Ghana. On Instagram, we are GBC Online. Facebook is GBC Ghana. And on YouTube, find us as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. We are still talking headlines, issues that's trending top on the trends. The issue of the alleged murder of a man who was taking his child to be killed. And Kaf, we have some messages on the screens while we wait for Jay. And so we're going to take a few messages from Kaf while we wait for Jay with his report from the Tuesday market, Jufo channel. Kaf, hold on with your messages. Jay's back. Jay, what's happening at the market? Thank you for joining us. What's happening, Jay?
Thank you so much, Val. Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday market here at Mamprobi. So we're talking food safety, safer food, better health. And where we are presently, there's a lot going on. We're asking questions of, do you know what happens when you buy your food from your local food vendor or maybe perhaps the mall before it gets to your home? From the farmer to the market, then to your homes. So whatever you're consuming, how hygienic is it? We don't want any situation where you go and buy something and later on to cause problems for you. Of course, there are a number of diseases making the rounds, and we have to be careful of whatever we do. So then again, most of the times the complaint you get about these markets is the fact that the main one is in there, but people like to site their shops right at the front because they feel customers don't come towards the main market. So you find a lot of them who are here at the front, but that's a conversation for another day. Some people also wondering why are they close to gutters and stuff like that. So there are a few vendors here I would like to speak to and then try and find out what exactly the process they go through before the customers take their stuff to the house. Ma, Pacho, good morning. Good morning. Pacho, your friend saying? Okay. Good morning and welcome to Breakfast Show. Pacho, when you're what want to say?
Said my born into land. Do I dare 3 cities, 5 cities, 10 cities? I'm down 5 cities, 10 cities. Can't see 1 city, 2 cities.
So she basically just took us through the prices of the various stuff that she's selling. And to ma, Pacho, when you're man, what the free infant ever?
Yeah, Minkaba. I can just onion. Yeah, Minkaba. I can just someone named Bahia be a name me home.
Also, she's telling us they bring it from in someone before it gets to this place. Pacho, inti say obi ba beto wonyama na obe room ho ana say bisa ana say obeto on the street now the coffee na okoye.
E ba here be NMF be mi ho no ke ba manyama ho fe male. Me ni e ho le ho mo fe mo ni smo eku e ke ba ye ma ho male. Mo fe mo ni ba here ba ho ale.
Thank you. So basically what she's saying is whoever wants to buy the food, they will just sell it to the person. When the person gets to the house, whatever the person decides to do, then they will wash it up and then clean it as thoroughly as possible. Because what it is, man, it's a straightforward thing for her. You just buy it, you take it home, and then you do that. Ma, good morning. Your
friend me Esther.
Mama Esther, Pacho, good morning. Welcome to breakfast.
Fine.
Pacho, also nyama no aye fresh this year. What the free fan ever?
Into us ni ya wo different bebre. Ebi free bogro, ebi free techiman, ebi free navlongo. Na we background toes.
But say this year the wa mo de nyama ne ba no bo akoso like ampa na say.
Say lole fe ni bo ayedi. Ebi ayedi boss ba ku ba. If you want me ebi ayebeji 2 million de be ba anu. Nti mo mu koto na mo de nyina agoso. Na mo abeton amaye.
It's a conversation around food safety. It said, "Unkofupa beto enyama like sisia umbeto a uberhu ho na se bibisa na say somebody nyama the bar then the ben process na go through."
Ye di ba ye yimu ye yim kokko wo mu na ya yi de embryo e na de ye be yi de eye mre nti o mbeto a omu de coffee a omu de be ye aduane omu be ru wan sa na omu de be ye aduane na ye ntumi ru se what you say.
So basically, what she's saying is when people come and then they take out the good, the bad ones, the old ones, the ones which are not really meant to be sold to the public, and then they remove the good ones and sell that one. Once you buy the good one and you take it home, then you wash it thoroughly. Mama Esther, one person be say, markets no, be cost like environment no, yama mwana say like say in so toa, yama mwana.
They say ya ye dwane bi wo inside na ye yesu ya hyedwa wo ha no mu na nso ni to ya ye wo ha no mu no ye nya baby nyina se wa ati ase na baby odo mo wo market mu de se ya ye pata nti o mo sha ase na anu market ni de bi a Tuesday wo be hu nipa bebre wo ha no mu na edu Wednesday e ko ni de nipa ni ndorso ye twam baako this is Tuesday and a Monday de nipa kakra wo ha no mu na Tuesday de nipa bebre na Wednesday Thursday Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nipa bebre ni ati say na ya shedwa bebre.
Thank you so much. So basically, she's telling us usually most of the traffic comes in here on Tuesdays, and on the other days you don't really find people here buying stuff. And then because what happens is when it rains, there are people who have shelters in the market, but they don't have shelter. So when it rains right now, they struggle with the rain at the moment. So they're also pleading that if the authorities can come, but based on the traffic, they believe on Tuesdays, for instance, if they can give them something that may cover them, that will also help them. For now, that's what's not helping them. And so she doesn't really have a lot to complain about when it comes to the environment. Good morning. Pacho Frel saying.
Pacho Frel Rose.
Pacho Jama Ben Auto.
Ngozomi.
Now, Pacho. Okay, somebody's just saying how hard market the things are and all that. I didn't have a chance to speak to her, so that person was just passing by. So when you know who the free fan ever.
Pacho me the free asama kesi. I'm going to need Brona cost petrol ni diesel price na cost nintino. Oma tungo ni mu. Ngoni buy dem pa.
Fuel ninti and I say ngo distribute.
Pa fuel no hu so. And I feel so this time no abe ni ho. So to abe ni ho.
So obi o to nyama e den pot na mo de ye.
Omo de abe na omo de ye. Betumi da yen kuma fro ko to mre fro betumi da yen ama bebre.
Okay, the reason I'm maybe saying is like say a year conversation around food safety. And so now the year we're trying to know like how safe is it?
Oh, when they say version say yen frame mu ye kale nimu shi nim natural sa.
So speaking to a few of the vendors here, finding out how much they know about food safety and all, and basically what it doesn't take a lot of artificial process. So when you buy the goods, it doesn't really need much for it to before you add it to your main meal. So finding really getting a few tidbits from the traders here, and the customers here are in a rush. It's Tuesday market after all, trying to find a few of them to speak to, but it's kind of hard to. So for now, this is the report we have for you, Valerie. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for that report. I do want an answer to this question, though. Our WhatsApp is very interactive on 055-556-1034. You all saw the video when Jay was there. The bottles, the mineral water bottles, they are used, right? And the palm oil is in there. People drink with their... Is there a food safety issue? So yeah, today is Food Safety Day. Top in the trend, stock bear affair is still trending. Welcome to Ghana is trending. Sir John is trending. Last is still trending. Medical is still trending. And Kafui Day and his guests are trending, of course. Headlines is still on. Are you on the screen, Kaf?
Val is trending too. 055-556-1034. So we've got some... The disparity in wages is not only in the public sector. Mind you, employment within the private sector is more than in the public sector. When issues like these arise, we only speak of the public sector. Who regulates fair wages in the private sector? Nobody cares. People are really suffering out there. When they tell you their salaries, you cry for them. The money is exactly the transportation to and fro. How is such a person going to survive? Please, read, oh, my boss might be watching. I hear you. You think that GTV Breakfast Show is beginning to read messages that interest them and the big men only? If not, why would you say these are your words, not the words of BFS? Still, you know they read some messages. By the way, Valerie, you just day my mind these days. So you are using our platform to send out sweet nothings to Valerie. These are your words, not my words. No, the reason we say that, it's a disclaimer, so that nobody takes us to court for proffering views that are not ours. So we always have to say it. And on that note, I'll say, views expressed by people who are sending messages remain your views, not ours. Thank you so much. More messages. Sabah says, our presenter must speak Ga and not Chi. Don't forget, he doesn't understand Ga. He speaks what he understands. And the woman understood him. She couldn't speak and she responded in Ga. So it was really surreal though, because he asked a question in Chi, she responded in Ga, and he gave us a translation in English. It's a multilingual system we live in. Elfo Kafui says, Ahiadu Sunday. God bless Toby Afede for showing Ghanaians the way to heaven. May he live long and make heaven. All right. But Monica has a different view. She says, I think Toby Afede could have done the refund in a manner that couldn't have been politicized. The social media journalists just put the original payment slip online and started the usual political insults. Toby refunded the salary he received, as well as he himself acknowledging the fact that the work was a short and part-time job. He needed only an allowance since the salaries he received monthly were too much for a short part-time job. That's your view. Monica, thank you so much for that. Expressed quite clearly. Now, National Service Education. And this is from Felix, a former National Service Secretariat PRO. Good morning. On the issue of National Service Allowance, service personnel submit their monthly evaluation forms from the 10th to the 15th of every month. It will be processed for payment in the next month. So basically, that is how it is. It starts from the 15th of the month to the next month's 15th. For instance, the evaluation forms for May will be available on your dashboard from 10th to 15th for you to print and submit, and it will be processed. This has always been the mode of payment. So it's kind of unfortunate that some of the personnel are acting strange. So thank you so much, Felix, former NSS PRO, giving us education that is really good. Good morning to you, Kaf and the team. You guys are doing a great job. But come to think of it, do you people know that a lot of teachers are gradually moving into politics at the branch, constituency, district, and regional levels of the various parties? Hey, teachers. Teachers. And talking of teachers, so when Jay was at the Tuesday market, our camera lady, Messi, she says when she was in primary school, on Tuesdays, nobody went to school. They went shopping for the teachers. Oh, teachers. Oh. Grant says, good morning, have a blessed day. Sheriff says, most of the money rituals are on multi-TV. It's very annoying. It makes me stop watching them, their stations. Thank you for giving me that information. This is public information that the NCA needs to know. NCA, go and watch multi-TV. You will see what's happening there. Please, I think they sell whatever they demand from those who come to do the money ritual. Example, newborn babies, cows, dead bones, etc., to those who need it. After that, they will give you 60% of the money that they've gotten. And so, on that note, I want to say that we need to actually be very careful about these money rituals. Trouble. And talking of even babies, I saw a video that disturbed me very, very, very seriously over the weekend of a baby that had been thrown away, but was rescued and was covered up in tissues and everything, and they recovered this baby. And I was thinking, wow, people are looking for babies and others are throwing their babies away. More messages, 05555561034 from Nana Kwesi. Animal farm service scenario. Why should someone work part-time and earn 365K for 4 years? Sinful. MPs and ministers receive this every 4 years. Why? Millions of workers work for their entire lifetime and will not get it. This entire Article 71, the conditions of service should be reviewed. Thank you so much for that. Is it a crime to be a teacher in Ghana? Colin teacher retired in April 2022 after 30 years of dedicated service to Mother Ghana was paid less than 15,000 Ghana cedis. Some served this nation on a part-time basis for 4 years, given over 365,000 Ghana cedis. Whether Article 71 or not, what the animal state being run in Ghana is too much. Ghanaian workers are being paid rent, duty, and risk allowance, but the teacher isn't paid such allowances. Yeah, even our screen is protesting on behalf of the teachers. You know, it's really bad. Yes, rest in peace. For the screen is really protesting. Yeah, it's that's how it goes. I'd like to call attention to something I've noticed going on with these Momo vendors. Some cash out money for customers without seeking any form of identification cards. When you receive their message for cash out approval, you key it in and it says request failed. The vendor now sends You know, the whole country is like, we need vim and vigor. Yeah, so one more message. Well, it's a message to me. It's a message to me. Yeah. So a lot of things are going on. People are not happy. I sympathize with all of you. Let's not lose hope. Okay, let's keep hope alive. It's painful, some of the things that happen, but let's keep hope alive. All right. Hope is what sustains us. I remember the late Professor Atukwe Okai says, "Give them hope. Give them hope. People live on hope. So give people hope. It can't be all gloom and doom. Yeah, got to give them hope." Any hopeful words for us as you end this segment, Prof. Malto?
Yeah, indeed. I'm so much worried about with respect to the youth of today, and all we can tell them is to hold on. We are not living in normal times. Globally, every country is going through economic, crisis. What we can do as Ghanaians is to help support in a little way to ensure that we sacrifice. I mean, sacrifice is the thing. Sacrifice to ensure that Ghana, develop to the stage we expect it to get to. And also, Kafui, this issue of ritual monies, please, it is not real. It is not real. Don't entangle your life in some of those things. Get something to do. Look, riches are in hard work, grace. God will surely bless your hard work. And like Doc mentioned, the number of rich men, wealthy men in the world, there's no Ghanaian. You don't have a Ghanaian rich man globally. Okay, and the Nigerian who comes in, who is counted, is a businessman, and you can count. It's evidence. Go to the Dangote. The man is doing business. It's not a ritual. A ritualist or getting money or his money from ritual money. So I can only entreat the youth of today to use their hands, work, and make the money they want to make. Pursue a career that will enrich their future. We have only Ghana. But if you think you get rich overnight, then sorry.
Thank you so much, Professor Malto. Dr. Osai?
My message is that there's no shortcut to success.
Yeah.
It takes discipline, honesty, and hard work to be successful. So the youth of today, you should understand that there is always the waiting period in life. Anybody who is very successful today went through some level of suffering, some level of sacrifices before the person got there. Let me also tell people that we all have a role to play in building a country or developing a country. It doesn't take one person. Whichever way or wherever you are, please do your part. If you're a broadcaster, do the broadcasting well. If you're a teacher, teach well. If you're an auditor, audit without collecting bribes. If you're an accountant, account well. And together, we'll be able to build this country. We have only one Ghana. No better for us than Ghanaians.
Yeah.
Let us do our part.
Hopeful words to end this segment. Dr. Eric Odro Osai is Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, and Professor John Koku Malto is the Dean of the School of Graduate Studies, UPSA. Still to come, a conversation on World Food Safety Day, which is today, and Joycelyn Ejakwa Emusa from the Food and Drugs Authority will be here with Valerie on the yellow couch in your world to have a conversation. And there's still to come, just around the corner, is a conversation on terrorism, what's happening in Ghana, what we can learn here. Are we really even aware of what's going on? My guests are Dr. Adam Bona and Palgrave Boachi Dankwa, who is the government spokesperson on governance and security. I want to end this segment with a comment from a friend on Facebook. Is called Koshi Badohu, and it has to do with money doubling. It's brief, but it's quite powerful. Money doubling is immoral, illegal, and absurd. Work is the only medium of participation in life. If people can get money without working for it, life would come to a halt. This is why it's not permitted in any society. Why we permit what is prohibited in every traditional area on our airwaves baffles me. Our laws must reflect our values. The Bank of Ghana is the only body permitted to print money in Ghana.
If anyone can openly produce or promise to produce money without the authority of the Bank of Ghana, he or she is engaged in an illegal act of counterfeiting. The amount of money in circulation in the country is a function of the level of production. If these monies are indeed produced outside the authority of the state, it would lead to inflation, as these monies wouldn't be part of the money supply equation of the Bank of Ghana. Why would anyone be in the business of taking small in exchange for big? If money ritual is good, why is the priest and his family not rich? Weak national leadership is to be blamed for all manner of silly things happening in our country. The right to manifest one's religious belief is not a license to engage in immorality, illegality, and the spread of stupidity. Wonderful words from Koshi Badohu. You can follow him on Facebook, Koshi, K-O-R-S-H-I-E, Badohu, B-A-D-O-H-U, for more interesting thoughts. One of these days, we'll have him here in the studio to speak from the traditional side of things. My name is Kafui Day. We'll talk terrorism after this break, and then food safety in the next hour. You are watching GTV Breakfast. Stay with us. 6:49. Still to come, a conversation on food safety in the next hour. But for now, we're looking at issues of national security and terrorism. So gunmen last Sunday killed many worshippers in Ondo State in southwestern Nigeria. They entered the St. Francis Catholic Church in the town of Owo during a Sunday service, fired into the congregation, then kidnapped the priest as well as some other churchgoers. The incident in Nigeria is coming at a time when Ghana's has been warning of possible terrorist strikes in Ghana, waging a national campaign now dubbed See Something, Say Something. The Ministry of National Security has further stated that recently it identified the movement of suspicious persons in the hills of Bunkurugu, Nakmanduri district in the northeast region of Ghana, with similar intelligence coming out of Garu in the upper east region. How are these occurrences awakening our consciousness as a country as far as terrorism issues are concerned, and how are we to mobilize ourselves to mitigate, if not avert, a possible attack? You're watching GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui Day. Our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. On Twitter, tweet at us at #GTV Breakfast. My guests are security analyst and CEO of Security Warehouse, Dr. Adam Bona, and government spokesperson on governance and security, Bachi Dankwa. Gentlemen, good morning. Good to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning, and good to be here.
Excellent. I'll start with you first, Palgrave. So, monitoring what happened over the weekend in Nigeria, what was the response? What's the reaction from your outfit? I mean, in terms of what we saw and what we heard in the news.
So, very good morning to you, Kafui, and to your beautiful viewers on the Nations Network. I believe that Nigeria has a very unique case, which spans maybe the very early part of 2002, when we noticed very well that terrorism had begun to grow. Boko Haram had come, which they had stated that they were against Western civilization and Western sacrilege. And in 2015, we realized that Boko Haram had changed its name into the Islamic State in West Africa.
Which rebranding of some sort.
Rebranding of a sort. And in the northeast of Nigeria is where they usually will perpetuate their actions. Usually they would have assassinations, they will have large scale of violence. In 2010, I mean, up until date, they would go into the police stations, large targets, arrest and attack cities. In Boachi, released close to about 700 inmates and 100 members of Boko Haram, released them. They have attacked churches, they have attacked mosque over the years, 2 churches in Modaguri, some recent past, Jos Plateau, killed close to about 30 people. And their works are increasingly growing within Nigeria. They predominantly, you find them work in the northeast, north central states in Nigeria. And their focus, I mean, over the years has been to attack government institutions, police institutions, individuals, churches, and it's gradually been increasing, I mean, over the years. I think that between 2011, they sought for amnesty so that they can continue to perpetuate their act. That amnesty was declined. 2 months afterwards, they caused one of the biggest attacks. Close to about 185 people died. So, I mean, in Kano. So, the Nigeria situation is extremely unique. They formed alliances very much with Al-Qaeda. Also formed alliances with Al-Shabaab in Somalia. So, I mean, gradually you see
it's almost like a multinational operation.
Gradually you see that they're growing very, very much. And so the Nigeria case is extremely very unique. And I could go on and on with the various statistics. But for us as a country, I believe very well that over the past 3 weeks, the government, through the National Security, launched the Citizen Awareness Campaign, which is something and for you to call 999, primarily because in terms of intelligence gathering, right up from 2018, President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, chair of ECOWAS, formed the Accra Initiative, which was to enable us share intelligence within the sub-region of West Africa. Having seen that most of our neighbors have been attacked, closest being Togo in recent times. It means that Ghana is one of the only countries on the ticket yet to be attacked. And reasons why terrorists are coming into the various neighboring countries closer to the coast is as a result of the Gulf of Guinea, for them to continually perpetuate their act of piracy. And they also are looking for resources. They are looking for our gold, they are looking for our bauxite, they are looking for our iron, they are looking for our ore, aluminium, and a number of resources that we have in country. And so the surveillance that we picked over the weekend, for which reason we had to immediately prompt the Ghana Police Service and the Ghana Armed Forces to ensure that they are on the ground, are continually keeping faith vigilance, is one of such, which continually means that our government is on the ground. We are continually picking intelligence. There are some intelligence that we are picking that will not even come into the public domain that we are working with, but also to see that when it comes to the engagement of terror acts, it could be anyone within your neighborhood, because they are not coming with clubs and sticks and guns as you would see ordinarily. Over the years, terrorism has changed and transformed in many years. And so as a country, and also the counter-terrorism unit of the national security, there are 4 key principles and cardinal points that we use to work. The first is to prevent the act of terrorism to come into your country, and so which includes the education, which includes the campaign, working with teachers, working with civil society organizations, working with religious bodies, Muslim cleric and Christian cleric and the Catholic Secretariat, and also making sure that all hands are on board. The second is really to preempt, which is to ensure that you are aware of the terror acts, like the indicators that I gave in terms of the character of Boko Haram. What happened in Nigeria is very sad, but in the manner in which it took place, you can clearly indicate that there are persons that are involved in terror acts which can be characterized and associated to Boko Haram. Right. And
although they haven't really found out who was behind the
although they haven't really found out who is behind
killings.
But clearly you've seen that over the years, and continually Boko Haram will attack churches. We have examples in Kano, we have examples in Bakuri, and on and on and on it goes. They'll attack Muslims, they'll kidnap children over and over again. The last attacks of children were close to about 275 children that they attacked in about 2015, if you remember.
The Chibok girls.
Yes, the Chibok girls in that Borno state.
Okay.
So when we have prevented, in the conversations of prevention, that we preempt. Then the third is really to protect, continually protect the integrity and the territory of Ghana, and finally to respond. And in terms of the persons that we spotted in the northeast of Ghana going towards the mountains, we are clearly protecting the integrity space within the environment, and also ensuring that we are responding effectively. So as it is now, we want to alert the Ghanaian people that this is not to cause fear and panic, but this is to let you know that the national security is hands on deck and is preparing to make sure that continually everyone is safe within the space of terrorism.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your initial thoughts. Dr. Bona, same question to you. You can respond to anything that you've heard from Palgrave, but let's focus on that particular church attack. Should we be concerned here in Ghana?
Oh yes, good morning, and good morning to my colleague here and to your viewers. We should be concerned. Terrorism is not true. It doesn't affect just good and bad people. It affects everybody. And it's not only taking place in developed countries. It's only taking place now in developing countries. And if you look at the modus operandi of terrorists, the hardest and the more difficult target they're able to hit, the more noise they get to attract to themselves. And it's almost become who can do the baddest and the worst of terror, can undertake the worst of terror attack. But if, just like Palgrave mentioned, the issue of Nigeria is very unique. If you look at from the times of Ken Saro-Wiwa and Biafra, and some persons in Nigeria trying to move away from the federal direction. And so you have too many disagreements and too many challenges in Nigeria that probably will culminate into people trying to take arms and ammunition and attack the state, and which has largely engulfed all of us.
And so as far as I'm concerned, I would say in Nigeria, most people are living, well because of terrorism in Nigeria. Because the more there are terror attacks, the more people sign contracts to bring in ammo to defend terrorists. And you and I know that when it comes to issues of security, it's not everything that is discussed publicly. And there is, it's not something that one can hide. But the others have gone to prison in Nigeria for benefiting from the loot. They took money that they were going to use in procuring, fighter jets and all that, funded the money, chopped the money. And so as far as I'm concerned, the more chaotic the sub-region is becoming, the more it looks like leaders around the sub-region are benefiting. You can see, what is happening, the coups around, Burkina Faso and the likes around the Sahel. And so as far as I'm concerned, we should be very concerned. And you can see there'll be more attacks in the northeastern than anywhere in Nigeria. But most of it, the Chibok girls, and some of them attracted some amount of attention. But you can see the recent one in the Catholic Church and where it took place and all that, and the manner in which it took place, sacrilegious. This shouldn't be happening.
Is that the modus operandi, attention seeking?
Yes, attention seeking, because then the more they are able to do that, the more they attract young people to their fold. The more they are able to do that, the more, because like I'm saying, who is sponsoring these people? It's a question nobody is asking. He mentioned something about resources. Who is sponsoring them? I mean, there's been evidence in Nigeria that some big people in Nigeria sponsored them in the past. And even when you come to the sub-region, why do you think the France government had issues with the Nigerian government in the fight against Boko Haram? They had issues because then they thought that certain things were not clear. And so as far as I'm concerned, the sub-regional leaders should be looking at who is benefiting largely from the chaos we are currently facing. So if you come to our own backyard, I would say that we need to up our game. And I say we need to up our game in the sense that there has to be a more coordinated response with regards to how we deal with terrorism. Very well, we launched the
See Something, Say
Something. Mm-hmm. But the way in manner it was done, I thought that we could have done it a bit better. And also even the appointment of ambassadors, I thought, and I have said it repeatedly that it shouldn't have happened. I haven't seen anywhere in literature or in practice where I say Kafwide is an ambassador for terrorism when you don't know who the terrorist is. Kafwide could just step out and he could be kidnapped. You get what I'm trying to say? And these people, like I said, who doesn't know Kafwide in Ghana? Maybe a lot of people know you. And so if you are able to inflict pain in Kafwide, then it becomes big news. And so these are some of the things I think government, including my good friend here, should be, concerned about, so that whilst we do this, we don't end up people who are vulnerable. Because then when I was coming, I saw some armor tanks in front. If you say Kafwide is an ambassador, you better keep him in that armored tank when he's going home, because then you are not going to follow him home. And so mine is that government is doing something, but it needs to be more coordinated. And so let's not show any form of weakness. And so far we haven't shown any weakness, just that certain things are not well coordinated, and it's not all of it that I'll be able to put out there, because then any form of weakness on our part and disagreement would expose us to the bad people. Who are we trying to stop from infiltrating and hitting us? It's the bad guys. And who is a bad guy is difficult to tell, because then we are told some of them are here with us, some of them might be coming in. But mine is that unemployment is another thing we should be looking at, because then the more wanting to be employed, and probably because I've seen what's the name, National Service, NAPCO, and all these people, and these are some of the channels, the loopholes these bad guys explore. And so I think that as a matter of urgency, government should quickly, patch these holes. And I think I've heard also from the national security quarters where there seem to be some issues with funding, because then if you have tried the emergency number, some of us kept advocating for the emergency number, because then was I going to call the 18555, the normal
999.
police line?
Okay.
But now we have a hotline that is supposed to, the 999, that when I call, a respondent would respond and ask me what have I seen, ask me questions.
On that note of the 999, I think we'll try to do that right now.
Yeah, you can try.
Okay, so we're going to call 999 right now and see what happens. Who picks it up and just find out exactly.
Because others tried it. I also tried it, and there was a challenge, and I thought that, well, that's not very good. But the truth is,
what did you hear when you called?
Oh, I think it didn't go through. I tried several. It didn't go through.
It works.
It works.
I've tried it. I've tried it several times.
Test it live and see.
And I think one of it went through, but it looks like I didn't get. So
I think I don't have. We just called 999. Let's see. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Are we on? Okay, we're gonna try call. Let's get through to 999 and see what they'll say. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah. So mine is that we need to criticize what is going on constructively, like we are doing now, because the idea, we need to be more emphatic with regards to whatever we are doing.
You want to talk to 999?
Okay.
Yes.
Hi. Good morning. You. Hello. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning. Hi.
Good morning.
Can you hear?
How may I help you?
Yes, this is Kafui calling from GTV.
From GTV?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Yes, you were just testing the 999 line.
All right.
Yes, and what kind of issues do you have with people? We heard about prank calls. I mean, yes. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
This is Kafui from GTV.
Okay.
Yes, we're testing the 999 line just to make sure that it works.
Yeah, Kafui is working.
Is working. Is this a 24/7 line? Do we get you? If I call at 3:55 in the morning, will I get somebody?
Exactly.
Okay, I'll try. 24/7. Okay.
Every time when you.
Okay, so prank calls. How are you dealing with prank calls?
That one is on the high side.
What are you
In a day, if we can speak about 10,000 calls in a day.
10,000 prank calls.
Yes, about 99% is prank.
Okay.
And we use this opportunity to advise the public to stop pranking the system, because when you prank the system and the actual calls are supposed to come in, you prevent them from coming through.
Okay.
We are here to save life. So they should stop pranking the system so that the actual calls can come through.
Okay. So since we started the See Something, Say Something campaign, have you had any calls with respect to suspicious activity that you have passed on to whoever needs to hear those pieces of information?
Yes, we've been having calls, actual calls coming through.
Okay. What's the protocol? When somebody calls in, what do you do?
We have call takers seated, and they will answer the call. If the system is busy, it means all the call takers are busy on calls. So you need to wait for a while for your call to come through.
Okay. Is there a requirement to ask for their identity, where they're calling from? What kind of questions do you ask the people?
There are a lot of questions that we ask. When actually we attend to all the emergencies, but when it comes through and is concerning terrorism, there are questions that we will ask, that where you are calling from, what is happening there, and what you've seen, what is actually the people that you have observed, what they are doing, and you give us the actual location, and we ask you to observe further so that you give us the actual information so that the basic forces can come through.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire with a list of questions you have to go through to determine what is being said to you?
Exactly. And we've also trained the call takers on terrorism. So when you come through with the questions, what they need to know the moment you come in and they realize that it pertains to terrorism, then there are certain questions that they will answer you. And there are other things that we also do here. Attending to other emergencies, accident, crime, NADMO things, we also attend to them.
Okay. Dr. Bona, any question you want to ask?
How many calls can they pick at a time?
How many calls can you pick at a particular time?
In a day?
No, I mean, how many people are working the switchboard at any particular time?
How many calls can they pick?
We have 22 consoles, and every console, a call taker is seated behind it.
Okay, so 22 consoles.
22 calls at a time.
Yes, you can take 22 calls at a time. And you call a person seated by. And how long are their shifts? How long do they work for before they hand over to the next person?
8 hours, but they break twice for break.
Okay. Okay. And if I call at 2:45 tomorrow morning, I'll get a response.
You will get it.
Okay, Dr. Any more questions you want to ask her?
So, because she spoke about, they will ask you to call back,
yes,
observe and call back.
Yes.
So, 22 calls at a time.
Yes.
If by the time you had relevant information and you couldn't get through,
yeah,
is there a way? Do they get back to?
Yes.
Because then, why would you want me to call back? Why wouldn't you call me back?
Can you call somebody back?
Yeah, we do call back.
Okay.
We do call back. But there are certain people, like because of the prank, some people will call with the information, and you know that this one is not actual call that the person, maybe the person is the system.
Okay. All right.
So we will try to let you observe and get the actual cases, because we also have to also sit down and see if it is an actual call,
okay,
or it's just a prank.
All right. Okay, and for those of you who are wondering whether I'm just calling somebody's number and doing propaganda, can you zoom this for me and see what number you see there? Yeah. So this is the number that was called. It was Palgrave's phone. He called it for 999. That's the number right there. Can you see it? Yes, it's 999. And I'm speaking to the person who is in charge.
I've told you. These days,
more questions. She's still there.
But these days,
more questions.
Those who prank.
Yes, those who prank.
Is there a way to get back at them?
Can you get back to people who prank and then deal with them by the law? How do you deal with prank calls?
We do, but most of them are kids.
Oh,
so
kids.
We normally call.
They are using parents' phones, so the parents can be prosecuted.
Okay, so you call back and get to the parents and caution them not to allow the kids to.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. So it's mostly kids. It's mostly kids. Okay, all right.
That is on the higher side.
It's on the higher side. So the kids must stop pranking. So maybe there needs to be some education on the targeted at the kids.
So Kafui, I think that we just need to confirm, like you have confirmed, that the 999 works.
It works. Okay.
I've called it several times.
And it works.
Yesterday I called it on all your TV stations, radio stations, and it works.
Well, quick, I wanted to get back to her work. So what message would you give to Ghanaians who are listening to you right now with respect to this 999 call?
All that I can say for now is to ask the public to stop pranking the system. We are here to attend to emergencies, to those who are in need. So if you keep on pranking the system, it means you are depriving those coming in with actual from reaching us.
Okay.
So we are telling the public to please stop pranking the system.
Last question. Have you received any terrorism-related calls today?
No, today no.
When was the last one you received a call like that?
Yesterday.
Kafui.
Can you give details?
Kafui, come on.
That one you cannot. No, I have to ask a question. You say you cannot, no problem. Kafui. But thank you. Thank you very much, and enjoy your day. Keep doing the work that you're supposed to do for us. We thank you so much.
Thank you too.
All righty. Bye-bye now. Okay, so that's it. 999 is right there for the Doubting Thomases. There, right there. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. So,
yes,
so that was a live test.
That was a live test that worked.
Yes.
But I think that there could be some limitation with regards to how many we can pick at a time.
22, she said.
22.
Yes. You think there should be more?
I think it should be unlimited.
Unlimited.
Because sometimes one person, you have to engage for a longer period. And so if probably he can go through. But once he goes through this room, there are several people here. It means that if you look at the population of Ghana, we should be doing some amount of averaging, but I think that it's good we have just tried and asked the relevant questions. And if he's here, he's a government spokesperson on security, governance and security. Yes, I think that, I'm sure government is listening. And if government is not listening, it's here. So you should listen to us. Let's have a console that can accommodate
more than the 22.
More than the 22. Okay. Because this is a very good test we just ran. If anyone thought this was annoying, it wasn't. It was good for people to know it was working.
Exactly.
But I think that there shouldn't be any excuse for anyone to prank the system. It doesn't matter if the person is
children who are mostly the prankers.
And usually,
so the parents have to get those phones away from the kids.
Usually the police will be at your door. They will call you and let you know your child has committed ABCD. Because I would have to be responsible for what my children do at home.
And the phone is registered in your name
as an adult. And the phone is registered in your name as an adult. But if we make excuses for, children, then we are making excuses for their irresponsible parents. Because I will not allow my grandchild or my child at home to have access to my phone, let alone dial 999.
And of course, with a password, you can still dial 999. So
the truth is that some parents can be reckless. A parent can dial the number and ask the child to talk.
Okay.
So mine is that it should be, let's put in punitive measures. If the number that dialed the number, who is the number registered to?
Then we deal with that person.
We deal with the person. Okay. Right. Next time, you say, or else we are going to run into problems. And so I think that it's a good test we just ran. The system should be expanded to accommodate more. And also, it looks like if the prank calls keep coming, then it means that people like us who genuinely want to try the system will not get through, and we will say that, oh, there is a challenge. You get it. And so we should deal with that. Now coming back to the challenge of terrorism that is engulfed all of us, we should be more coordinated. When I say more coordinated, the issue in the north, the Nankpanduri area, where I saw that video about a month or 6 weeks ago, and I think the National Security Ministry issued a release, and there was, I think, a statement from an indigene of the area who actually said it didn't, the place doesn't look like the Nankpanduri area. And I thought that,
okay, I'll call. I'll use mine.
Say it again.
Okay, no. So we are getting feedback that people think that it's because it's just Palgrave's phone. So I'm going to call him.
It's the reason why actually it's the reason why I gave it to him to have the interview.
Because even if the call,
I just like Ghanaians.
Even if the call comes from my console, they will not believe it. So I'm going to call from my phone. I
just love Ghanaians.
I'm going to call from my phone. I'm going to call from my phone.
Yes,
this is my phone.
Please do.
Right. So I'm calling from my phone. I'm calling from my phone. All right. Okay. So this is my phone. Okay. Emergency number. Well, it's ringing.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. That will work. Fingers crossed. People are great, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's ringing. It's ringing.
When you are done, I'll also try.
And you also try.
Oh, it works.
I think we need to.
It does work. It does work.
Yeah.
It does work.
So I'm calling.
And it's not just for me.
I am also going to call some.
99 right now.
I'm calling at the same time.
Okay, let's see who picks exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a live test. Okay. You got jazz.
Well, I got jazz. I don't know. Maybe you get a baja or something.
Man, it's gone off. I'm going to try again.
I think someone has picked okay. Dr. Bone's on.
So I am Dr. Adam Bona calling from, we are on GTV live. Breakfast Show live. We use one of our colleagues' phone, but he's a spokesperson for government. So
and then there's another one that has
picked. So we tried again to see whether it will work. Yeah. Thank you very much, my dear.
The second one has picked. Hello. Good morning. Is this 999?
This is 999, right?
Okay, so two people. It's working.
All right, so thank you very much.
We're on GTV Live. My name is Palgrave, watching that for government. We are just testing.
You better get through.
I better get through.
Two people. It's working.
Okay. I got the jazz too. So
you better get through.
The jazz is the symbol. So this is mine.
You better get through.
Yes.
I pray you get through.
I like this Kenny G, but it better stop so somebody picks it up. Yeah. No, we've got to test these things. Hello?
Okay.
You better pick it up.
Alright, somebody's going to say something very nasty. You seem to be enjoying the
I love jazz. This is my music. My go-to music is jazz. But we want a voice. Okay, so it's going on loop now. Hello. Hi there. Hi, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, he responded and he said hello and that was it. So you're going to try? This is Valerie's phone. Okay.
Also ringing.
Okay, Valerie's phone. Valerie's phone.
The journalist.
Yes. Yeah.
We just want to
Maybe they'll pick iPhone. They don't pick Samsung.
No, this is my iPhone. This is my iPhone. This is Samsung.
No. All right. So I'm calling from GTV. A conversation on the See Something, Say Something terrorism media campaign, and we were testing the lines to make sure that the line goes through.
Okay.
So the line, yes, the line has gone through. It has gone through. So I'm cool. No problem. All righty. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Sorry?
Enjoy your day. Oh.
You too, sir.
Bye bye, madam.
Bye.
See ya. All right. So the lines work.
Yes.
Yeah. We tried on different numbers. Yes. It's not just the secret, the government spokesperson. Everybody else's line. Mine has to go through. But he picked up and then had to go off. But we get the point. Now, a couple of issues that Dr. Bona brought up. Criticisms of the See Something, Say Something campaign. And full disclosure, I'm one of the
Oh, you are one of them?
I'm one of them. Yes. So have you exposed me to danger?
Well, to be honest, I don't think we have exposed you to danger. The entire country is on to make sure that everyone is protected, and we continually prevent the acts of terrorism in our country. And so you are protected as much as every other citizen in this country is protected. Continually, we have the police on the road, mounting barriers, doing routine checks to get to identify persons who want to continually perpetuate acts of violence. In the evenings as well, we have barriers that are mounted. I drive sometimes as late as 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and I see that most of our barriers are working. I leave home as early as about 4:30 a.m., and I still see that most of the barriers are mounted. And so everyone is not at risk, but we should continually just ensure that as we hold the conversation around See Something, Say Something, you make the calls that are relevant. And when you call, you may not even necessarily need to mention your name because your identity is protected. Situation. And I also need to come to the defense of the 999 call center that yes, when you do call and they ask you to observe and you need to call back or they'll call you back, it does not mean that your information you have shared has not reached the security personnel and the services. You are aware that on a regular basis these go-tests and there's this radio phone and the communication is always ongoing around to be able to clearly identify where there is a worry for which reason we need the presence of the police. I also need to be able to state that on prank calls and the fact that the high number are children, much as we would want to encourage parents to keep their children away from phones, it's important that we also do not discourage them, because most of the times you would find children who would easily and readily be able to see something and say something, and so we need to be able to put it in that parameter. I can understand the abuse to an extent, but I mean, if you have elderly children who are about 7, 8, 9, 10 school and they're observing certain things, and I mean they talk to their teacher and they make a call, I think that we should encourage the good practices of children who use the 999 to inform and report terror acts, and then also discourage children who use the 999 just for prank calls. So we need to be able to put that in proper perspective, because research has shown that all around the world, if you want certain key information, you would readily find it from children who are risk averse and who would readily want to share it without any hesitation whatsoever compared to an elderly person. happen.
Okay. Now, just back to what happened in Nigeria with this dastardly church attack. And there was a suggestion on this show yesterday that almost immediately security around churches and mosques needs to be beefed up. CCTVs have to come up at places where people gather so that we can actually be able to spot movements and help with intelligence gathering when things like this happen. Is it time, Dr. Bona, where you have large gatherings of people to have mandatory CCTVs, markets, churches, mosques, malls?
Yes, I mean, it's long overdue, because then terrorists don't act randomly. They will come and, do surveillance. They will move around. Research has shown, I mean, crime in general, if someone wanted to do anything here, the person might find a way to, go around, first, look at how the layout is. How do I get out? How do I come in? Where do I hit? And all that. And so if you have either CCTVs that are installed and being monitored, or CCTV that are just for surveillance and for playback purposes, at least you are able to once a while play back your videos and see who came in, who didn't come in, and all that. It is very important. So I would say that when you hear that Britain is the most CCTV policed, republic, or states, it's not every CCTV that is installed in Britain is not installed by the government.
Okay.
But there is a policy to ensure that as many people as possible install these systems, because then, but you see, that is why I spoke about coordination. I have CCTVs in my home, my office, and everywhere, but the national security doesn't know I have CCTV in my home. Mm-hmm. In other places, you must inform.
Okay.
You don't take permission. Once you inform,
like going for a demonstration.
Once you are installing a surveillance, system that is going to cover a public, like the road, or you must inform so that they would add it to their data. So if there was a crime, and whoever heard about the crime said the person used this road, they go onto their database and check how many cameras are installed on this stretch.
Then they can get the information.
Then they can say, okay, there's a camera there. Then they come.
Okay.
You are supposed to give them those footages. If you don't give it to them, you are going to be punished in a way. But we don't have it, and so we have to.
We need that system.
We need to have a policy. Some of us pushed over the years, more than 10 years, to help to say, let's have a national security policy. We now have it. But I think it should go through some tweaking to ensure that where we find ourselves, we are not in normal times. So that mandatorily, just like you need, is it a fire certificate, mm-hmm. If you are going to operate a public building or something. Yeah. And so let's begin to revise some of these safety and security protocols. Okay. You want to operate, let's say, a chop bar. We want to ensure that the people who are coming in are safe. And so install some of these things. In the end, government alone doesn't need to spend so much to install CCTVs all over. But if you look at it, we will be able to bring down the ratio of, between, citizen CCTV would come down. Mm-hmm. But at the moment, you realize that by and large, a chunk of the CCTVs are installed by government. Government alone cannot shoulder the burden. And so let's have a policy framework. The other thing is, I have spoken about monetization of the security services in this country. We haven't done that much. If you are lived in Britain, and I will tell you that the British police make so much money from fines. You park wrongly, and so they make so much money. You speed on, you go on the streets, you are not supposed to be doing more than 30 kilometers an hour. You are doing 40.
They fine you.
They fine you. And so at the end of the day, the burden is not on the central government to finance, your recklessness. You would finance those who, for instance, coming here, I needed to stay in traffic. I don't jump. I try to be disciplined. But you have other drivers who think, you know, excuse me, you are stupid, and so they just jump.
So they must fund their.
So you would fund, you know, your own, excuse me, to say your stupidity.
Yes.
Once, the more we do that, we would have enough resources to tackle terrorism and all these things we are talking about. And so, yes, it is, what do you call it, largely something we should be doing, apart from the CCTVs. I want us to, we should have, for instance, large gatherings. Some of these churches can have more than 3,000 people. We need to begin to encourage them to put in full body walk-through scanners. The walk-through scanners that you have at the airport. We need to begin to have them. And so one of the things I would want to also see is these religious-based organizations and entertainment centers, those who are into event, to get expert advice. Because then as we are here, I am sure you have a lot of corners that if anything happened, it could add, you know, act as an escape route for people who might be in the building. But unfortunately, when you look at the architecture of most of these buildings, you know, we don't do that. I mean, so as part of my work, you know, I also double as the chairman of the Chamber of Construction in the country. And one of the things is working with architects to ensure that when you are designing these, because usually architects and engineers would, when you are designing them, put in whatever drawings you have, escape routes, you know, because this building you would have, I can do a survey of this building, I'll tell you that if this building was to be attacked, this would be the safest place you should be. But probably the architect would not know. But once we continue to coordinate these activities, then we will not be opening ourselves up for these things. So CCTVs, I think that those who are listening, the churches, the metal scanners, we have them in different grades.
Body scanners.
But we have them. Don't just go. Usually people, you know, over here, we like everything cheap. Don't go, because some of the metal scanners, the handheld ones, some of them are not able to read smaller, minute. You get a high grade one that it doesn't matter how you hide it, you pad it. Because people can pad them, and when you scan, you won't see anything. So I think that we use this as part of the sensitization. Let's not sit and think that government will not be able to do anything. I will not be able to do all. Citizens should get involved, but government should coordinate well the activities of you know, us coming together to ensure we are all safe in this country.
Fantastic way to end your submissions, Dr. Adam Bona, who is the CEO of Security Warehouse and the security analyst. Paragraph, I'll give you the last word. 2 minutes for me.
Well, just to say that the citizen awareness campaign, See Something, Say Something, is continually ongoing. If you see something unorthodox within your area, maybe someone has come to park his vehicle, you don't know who the person is, you need to immediately call 999. We've tried the system, it works. If you are in your church and you see some persons walking in, people parking their vehicles, the car attendants are not there, someone is trying to open a vehicle, you don't know who it is, just make sure that you alert the security by calling 999. If you're a church, make sure that you're installing the CCTV cameras. If you're a mosque, make sure you're installing CCTV cameras. If you have a shopping mall, make sure you're installing CCTV cameras. Just make sure that you are aware and sensitive of your environment. If a garbage collector comes to pick your garbage and unorthodoxly has stayed longer than before, you need to immediately tell the person to either move the garbage from there, or you call the police to be able to come and attend to the person. We are having this conversation entirely with the Ministry for Information, who has deployed the ISD into the various local communities to ensure that our chiefs are well informed, our MCs are well informed, local assembly leaders are well informed. So if you have any issue, you live in Mangwase, whichever village that you live in this country, if you see anything that you like to say and you don't even have a phone, just make sure you go to your assembly member or you go to your Busia Penny so that you can make this information aware.
Thank you so much. Palgrave Boachi Dankwa is a government spokesperson on governance and security. It's part of the whole See Something, Say Something campaign. We're trying to get ourselves sensitized so that we can have a coordinated all-inclusive, all-embracing approach to dealing with the threat of terrorism, with our eye on what's happening.
He didn't talk about the fact that the government is not giving them money.
Is government giving
National
money?
Security is complaining they don't have money.
Oh, really? A whole
Ask them whether they have the money.
Do you have money?
Government is taking care of us.
Are you giving them money?
Government is taking care of us.
Because they are complaining they don't have money. So I want him to.
Government is taking care of us.
They are complaining they don't have money.
Government is taking care of us.
I'll be surprised if they don't have the money.
It's good enough for us. It's good enough for us to be able to ensure that we maintain the territorial borders of the country.
Because they've complained. I mean, I have checked. They've complained that Charlie cash in him back. Cash in him back.
All right, okay, thank you. And we've got conversations, not just money, but conversations to wrap up today's show. 4th World Food Safety Day, and in the next couple of minutes, Valerie will sit down with Jocelyn from the FDA to look at all the matters around food safety. I'm sure Mawako will be there somewhere. So you stay, don't go anywhere. 055-556-1034 is the WhatsApp number. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. I'm still thinking about the live test. And you people didn't believe that it was 999 because it was Palgrave's phone. Oh, Nipa Dasani. Thank you. Keep watching. This is GTV Breakfast. Don't go anywhere. I like it.
Abusuafo, me din di Nanama McBrown. De uba ya tu ni din, see something, say something. Etre se wo bibia, ususu se, ebe se ya sumdua, nya kukudro, neka. And nothing you see something, say something. If you say, if I na
say something if you see something.
Consumer Department of the FDA Hi, Jocelyn, welcome. Thank you. So I know everybody will want to know this. Before we come to World Food Safety Day and what your outfit has planned, what happened with the Mawako issue? We know that all 4 branches have closed down, but when the story broke and we saw the videos of the FDA, I mean, you guys going into the premises, run us through what happened. I mean, we have you here firsthand, so what happened?
Okay, so FDA picked information from social media that people have consumed food from Mawako, right, and they were having foodborne illnesses. So we quickly have to mobilize our team so that we can find out exactly what has gone wrong. Because if people have a number of people, for you to say there's foodborne outbreak, then that means that 2 or more people have eaten from the same source and have gotten food poisoning.
Right.
Yes. So once the number was more than 2, then quickly we had to mobilize our team so that we can find out what is happening there. So yes, we got there, and we identified that their let me say their management system was the breakdown in their management system. So what we expect to the good hygienic practice, there were lapses in that. So then the first thing is that people have to stop eating from the place so that it would allow them to correct all the infractions or the non-compliances that FDA is picking up, so that once that is addressed, then we would go back, have a look at the place. If it's satisfactorily done, then we can consider opening the place for them to resume work.
Okay, so yesterday we are going to pull up a picture. There's a picture we are going to pull up now, and is from a media person, Johnny Hughes, who bought pizza at an establishment, and this was how it was packaged. And when he asked, they said it was imported newspaper, actually the American Times, and it was imported to actually wrap food. Wow.
Whether it's imported newspaper or not, it is not supposed to be wrap it in food like that.
Okay, so I believe this issue is with the FDA, and it has been reported. So what's the way forward in a case like this?
So the main thing is that it's education, as usual, because the person did well by making sure that he went back and then informed them that, why do you have it wrapped like that? I mean, as a consumer, you have a lot of power to make sure that you demand some of these things.
But is it right for
it is not
food
right
to be wrapped in newspaper?
Right. It is not right.
But this is not okay. You are speaking.
Because the print, you don't know what the print is coming into direct contact with the food that you are going to consume. So as much as possible, it is not supposed to be that you use this printed paper on food.
But this is not common. I mean, it's pizza. It's pizza that has been wrapped in it. But we see, we go out, we buy cocoa, we buy bread. Most of it is wrapped in newspapers, old newspapers, and then in polythene bags, hot cocoa in polythene bags. Is that safe?
Yeah, it shouldn't be. The hot shouldn't be in the poly bag. If it is cooler, it's okay. But then the hot, if it's so hot, because the probability of the plastics leaching in the food is what you want to avoid. That is why we say that it shouldn't be hot. It should be much cooler before you should use the
But we buy hot cocoa. We all buy hot cocoa. What is the FDA doing about this? Is there some sort of education? I mean, that we need to move away from this culture of what's the FDA doing?
Yes, so the education is ongoing every day, like I'm sitting here right now. So we are saying that as much as possible, if you are buying, make sure that it is not hot put in the plastic. It should be cooler before it is put in the plastic, so that you avoid that probability of leaching of the plastics into the food.
Right. The theme for this year's celebration is Safer Food, Better Health. Tell us what World Food Safety Day is all about and the strides that marking the day has been able to achieve.
Okay. So the World Food Safety Day on the 20th of December 2018, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution that on the 7th of June every year, we would celebrate a World Food Safety Day. So since 2019, we've been celebrating World Food Safety Day. So this is the 4th one that we'll be celebrating. And it's made to celebrate numerous benefits of safe food. Because if food is safe, then we know that when we eat the food, we will be stronger, we'll be able to do our work, and the nation would also benefit. There are so many benefits. So it's to remind all of us that we have a role to play when it comes to food safety, so that together we can achieve food safety.
Right. So when can we say food is safe?
Okay. So food is safe when you consume the food and it does not give you any, it does not pose any harm to your body, or you don't get any foodborne illness. So that would be the assurance that food is safe.
Okay. Okay. So if food looks appealing and is served in a clean environment, does it make it safe to eat?
Not necessarily. You just can't look at the food and say that it is safe. That is why, as a consumer, you have to ask yourself a few questions as you go out there to buy food. Generally, if it's prepackaged foods, it has been tested, based on which it has been taken through the necessary laboratory testing, and then it says that, oh, the food is safe. But then probably you are buying ready-to-eat food, like you are buying cocoa, you show the pizza and all that, ready-to-eat. You cannot test each one of them. But then you have to be able to be assured that the good hygienic practices have been adhered to. So that means the food has been handled safely.
Right.
So therefore, when you consume, you wouldn't fall ill.
Okay. And then also, how does the FDA ensure that restaurants, pubs, chop bars, all eateries go by the regulations?
So we go for inspections. We inspect these eateries, be it a food service establishment or a manufacturing facility. We inspect the facilities, and then you have to comply with good hygienic practice and then good manufacturing practice. So the good hygienic practice, for instance, personal hygiene for the workers. Do they have their hair covered, their nails short? Are they serving the food not using their bare hands?
Right.
So it's a lot of you have to look out for some of these things as a consumer when you go out there to buy. And then when we say that, oh, the facility have complied with good hygienic practice or good hygienic practice, we give you a food hygiene permit.
Right.
So the restaurant is supposed to display this food hygiene permit at a point where when consumers come in, they can see. And as a consumer, you can even, if you go to a restaurant, you can ask yes, you have every right to ask that, have you been licensed by the Food and Drugs Authority? Can I see your food hygiene permit? And they would show you if they have not displayed, because they've been told that they should display it so that consumers can easily see when they enter their food services.
Right. And is this supposed to be renewed? How often does the FDA go to these facilities to make sure that the reasons why they were given this certificate, the reasons why they are still complying?
Yes, it's a yearly renewal. So they are supposed to make sure that every year they renew it. But then we do routine inspections as well. So if the permits have not expired, we can still come to your facility and then check what you are doing. And if it is not satisfactory, we would, if we have to stop you, we would stop you for you to correct. And then when you've corrected it satisfactorily, before we would allow you to operate again.
Right. And so what if the establishment falls foul of the law? Is closing them down the ultimate punishment, or there's more?
There is more. When we close you down, it's like, you know, it's in stages, because when we say stop work, we are stopping the production of food so that whatever contamination would not continue to be spreading to the population. So then we say stop. So when you stop, now the testing and everything would go on. And if, depending on what we realize, there are sanctions that the FDA can also apply, fines, prosecution, all those things are.
Right. How about when it comes to food safety in our traditional markets? Today, our guys have been to the Jufo market, they've been to the Tudu market, and we saw earlier we were showing videos of the meat, how the meat is kept and all of that. How do we ensure our food is safe in our traditional markets?
Yes, so we do a lot of education. We have the market debates that we do all the time, and with these market debates, we engage with the market women, those who have come to shop. And then we educate them, and then when they have questions, they also ask us, and then we explain to them. And then where there are instances where something like a Sudan dye in palm oil, we would seize the palm oil and then destroy it. And we are still doing education. Just last week, we educated the artisan, the processors,
right,
and the other areas. So we are constantly doing the education so that they can understand, because when you understand why you shouldn't do something, it is easier for you to comply. Self-compliance comes easy. So that's why we want to always do the education.
Okay, then Jocelyn, let's talk about canned foods. When you pick up canned food and it says that it expires maybe June 7, that's what the expiry date is. Some people say it doesn't expire June 7, and it actually expires 3 months later, and so it's food is safe for consumption. Is it true, or we are just being Ghanaian?
I wouldn't say be that Ghanaian, because it is too dangerous to be that Ghanaian. Because the product is very clear. It says, let's say, June 2022. So it is telling you that if it says expiry, that means that the very last day 2022, that product had expired. Expiry is telling you that it is no more wholesome for consumption. If it is best before, then it is telling you that on that very last day of June 2022, there could be changes in the product that the manufacturer is not liable to. You can't hold the manufacturer. So that means that when those things have happened to it and you consume and you have a problem, you cannot say that the one who produced it is the one who caused you to get sick. So FDA will not even allow the one who is selling to stock any best before dates where the dates have elapsed. But then if the product is in your house, you have to take responsibility for you yourself as a consumer. That's why I told you that when it comes to food safety, everyone has to play. Now the food is already in your house. Probably you saw the dates as there was donkomi, and you thought that, oh, the price is good. Reduced to clear. And you thought, oh, the price is good. Let me buy. You forgot that this product that I'm buying, I won't be able to consume all of it before the date elapses, because you saw a cheap price. You just wanted to buy. So you need to beware as a consumer. Buy what you can exhaust within the period that it is stated on the product.
Right.
And don't say that, oh, I'll give myself 3 months or 4 months. No, it is not safe.
Okay. Jocelyn, how about the products that are also labeled in foreign languages with no English whatsoever? How's that on the market? And is it safe for our consumption, because we believe it has gone through the FDA, even with all the things that we can't read?
No, let me correct you.
Okay.
When the food products are official language in Ghana is English. So if anybody is bringing any food product in, you can have other languages, but there should be English on it. if it comes through FDA, FDA will not allow you to put a product out there without English labeling. It is part of the regulation. It is part of what we require, that you should have the English labeling on the product.
So how about the products we find on the market that have no English labeling?
We actually go around and take those things off the shelf and destroy all the time.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And so how about the food vendors too?
Street food vendors?
No, online. Is there a way the FDA sort of regulates them? Because they cook in their homes or wherever, and we just order and delivery guys bring it to us. How safe is that?
Yes, it's a new trend that you realize that it is really catching up. So we are also trying to catch up in that area.
How?
So we have actually communicated with these Jumia, Glovo, and we have informed them that before they put these food service establishments on their platform for consumers to have access to them, they should ensure that the Food and Drugs Authority have actually issued all of them with a food hygiene permit before they put them on their platform, because that is the only way that you will be able to assure the public that indeed they are handling food safely, and therefore when I choose that maybe Adjoa Manson's kitchen should provide me food, then I know that I am ordering for food safely.
Okay, so that's in check. Now let's come to the more common one, the street food vendors. People selling meat pies, water, cakes, all sorts of things in traffic and on our streets. How safe is this?
Yes. So just last November, we launched a new street food vending permit. So currently we are actually inspecting street food vendors, and in collaboration with the municipal assemblies, we do the inspections with them, and then we issue the street food vendors with a street food vending permits. When you go to Osu now, you will see the street food vending permits, which have been sticking on some people's stalls.
How about the hawkers?
Yes, we have just started.
Okay.
So we started with the stationary vendors.
Right.
So we will gradually move to the hawkers as well. But then we are continuously doing the education in that direction, so that all the vendors can have the education and then be able to get their food, get the street food vending permits. And it will be interesting for you to note that when we started the education, before we even started the issuance of the street food vending permits, some of the vendors approached us and they wanted us to come to their facility to inspect them and give them street food vending permits. That tells you that the ordinary street food vendor just wants to do business, and not that they want to do anything.
Exactly. They just want to do proper business. Yes. Right. Jocelyn, what are some of the activities lined up to mark the day?
Okay. So for the day, today is the 7th of June.
Yeah.
Yes. So today is World Food Safety Day. So maybe happy World Food Safety Day to everybody. Yes. And right from the whole of this week, we've been doing media engagements, and we declared the whole of the month of June as a food safety month.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So that we can actually keep talking about food safety. Everybody should talk about food safety at home, in the office, one way or the other. You are handling the food all the time. So the media engagements are ongoing. And then on the 16th of June, we will be launching the National Food Safety Policy, and then inaugurating
16th of June.
16th of June. We launched the National Food Safety Policy as part of the commemoration of the World Food Safety Day. And then we would also inaugurate the Food Safety Emergency Response Plan Management Committee, so that we will be able to actually have our collaboration with our other agencies along the food chain will be stronger, so that we'll be able to manage food safety in a way that Ghanaians can have safe food.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you for
so
coming.
much.
We are wishing you success. And the theme for the celebration World Food Safety Day is Safer Food, Better Health. Joining us to have the conversation, we had Jocelyn Ejakwa Amusa. She's the head Food and Safety Management and Consumer Department of the Food and Drugs Authority. And this has been our show. Thank you for staying with us. And you can follow our show online, follow our conversations online. And if you go on Twitter, we are the GBC Ghana. Instagram, we are GBC. GBC Ghana. On YouTube, we are the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Look for that hashtag GTV Breakfast, and that's the hashtag to follow throughout the day. We'll see you again tomorrow. Catch a repeat of the show again, 11 p.m. on GTV. Have a great day. Bye, guys.
Thank you.